Chapter 533. Due to the fact that the phylactery was an unreasonable existence, it was very difficult to kill a lick. They could run away as soon as the situation went south, and it was impossible to catch up with them. Therefore, the best way to kill a lick was to kill it in one hit. Reynolds had done the same thing when he met the lick last time. He had directly endured the attacks of the undead creatures and the bombardment of magic, and forced himself to close in on the lick. Then, he had used the Hammer of Sanction, a divine spell with high explosive power, to smash the licker's head into pieces, not giving it a chance to escape. As long as you were killed in one hit, it would be useless no matter how fast you ran. Too bad the power of the funeral flower is much weaker than the Hammer of Sanction. It gave the lick a chance to escape. Reynolds said in a displeased tone. It was the first time he had received the divine weapon given by the goddess, and the second time he had met a rare lick. He should have tested the power of the divine weapon, but the lick had escaped, and the small wooden hammer had missed. Moreover, the lick knew his true identity. With the licker's vicious and evil personality, he would definitely think of ways to take revenge on Reynolds. Perhaps not only would he take revenge on Reynolds, but he would also want to deal with the Archbishop, Kitten, Days, and the others who were close to him. The more Reynolds thought about it, the more anxious he became. What should I do now? I just came out to carry out a simple mission, and I've already provoked such a vicious existence. I'm just an ordinary priest. I just want to preach and worship the goddess. Why do things like this always happen? There's no other way. In order to protect the people around me, I can only think of a way to kill this lick in duat. I didn't want to do this, but I was forced to. As Reynolds spoke, he picked up the necklace left behind by the lick, intending to bring it back to the Archbishop for divination. He did not know where the kingdom of the dead was, or how to enter it, but the Archbishop should have a way. However, when he touched the necklace, he suddenly had a new idea. He remembered that the phylacteries of liches were connected to each other. There should be some kind of invisible channel between them that allowed the soul of the liches to pass through. He suspected that a lick had suddenly appeared in this remote town. It was very likely that the people here had discovered this necklace-like phylactery by chance. It was said that liches liked to bury phylacteries underground, and York Town was a mining town. After digging out the phylactery, they thought it was some ancient treasure and even wore it around their necks to show off. This suicidal behavior was discovered by the lick, who immediately descended with his soul and possessed the wearer. He then turned the townspeople into half-dead living corpses to fool others. In this way, it was equivalent to him hiding in a small town near the sinless city. After that, he would be able to conspire all sorts of evil schemes. If Reynolds hadn't discovered him in time and given him more time to develop, the tragedy of a zombie siege could have happened. This should be the cause of the matter. Since the lick left a phylactery and there are various connections between the phylacteries, can I attack this phylactery and transmit the power to other phylacteries? But this thing is used to store souls. If I want to attack, I can only use divine spells that target souls, Reynolds muttered to himself as he counted the divine spells he had mastered in his mind. The power of this attack must be strong enough to not give the opponent a chance to escape. This phylactery might not be sturdy enough for him to repeatedly attack it. The most powerful divine spell on the soul was still the Hammer of Sanctions. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have used the Hammer of Sanctions. Why did I have to use the funeral flower? Reynolds complained to himself and prepared to use the Hammer of Sanctions, a level 7 divine spell of punishment. However, he was halfway through the hand seal when he suddenly felt that he could make some adjustments. He hurriedly dispelled the divine spell. I should have used the Hammer of Sanctions on the Hammer of Blessings, then cast it once myself. Finally, I'll use it together with the copied divine spell of the small wooden hammer. Isn't this equivalent to the Hammer of Sanctions X2? It can deal double critical damage. Watch me kill you with one strike, Reynolds said as he hurriedly cast divine spells on the small wooden hammer. Then, he used the Hammer of Sanctions himself. When the Hammer of Sanctions was cast, a huge hammer made of light would appear in his hand. He had used it once against the female cult. The size of the hammer could be adjusted at will. Therefore, Reynolds adjusted the Hammer of Sanctions to be about the same size as the small wooden hammer so that the divine spells could be used at the same time. He had cast 2 level 7 divine spells in a row. In addition to the funeral flower, it meant that he had used 3 level 7 divine spells in a row in a short period of time. This kind of consumption was not a small burden even for him. It was inevitable that he would feel a little tired and hungry. Sigh, I've been getting better recently. I've been living like a prince and indulging in pleasure. I've neglected my training. Just 3 divine spells and I'm so tired that it's like running a few hundred meters. Looks like I'll have to work harder when I get back and make up for what I've missed out on. Reynolds reflected on himself as he raised the small wooden hammer in his hand. At this time, the surface of the small wooden hammer was wrapped in a layer of shadow cast by light. It looked shiny. Boom. 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 Reynolds roared and smashed his hammer heavily on the necklace. The hammer suddenly burst into a blinding light. The light instantly enveloped the entire town and even the dark night sky was illuminated. When the light disappeared, the phylactery had turned into a pile of debris. Did I succeed? Reynolds could not be sure of the result. He could only carefully keep the debris and prepare to bring it back to the old bishop for divination. If he failed, he would have to think of a way to kill his way into the kingdom of the dead. Just as Reynolds was preparing for his attack, the Lick who had escaped was lying on the desk, writing furiously. He was writing a letter to his mentor, a level 8 legendary Lick. My undercover plan failed. I met a very scary priest. He looked very young and I couldn't sense much energy waves. However, he had mastered a terrifying divine spell. I suspect that he may be a saint of some cult, most likely from the Holy Light cult. He easily broke my barrier and forced me to transfer my soul. As he wrote, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was as if something terrifying was coming towards him. He instinctively wanted to activate his defensive means, but just as he raised his finger, he felt his soul suffer a sudden heavy blow. In the next second, he did not even have time to scream before his soul was annihilated. Chapter 534. The sudden death of a Lick instantly alarmed the manager and ruler of the Kingdom of the Dead, the level 9 demigod Lick, Morda. Every Lick that entered the Kingdom of the Dead was the cornerstone that built and maintained the existence of this place. Every time one was lost, it meant that the Kingdom of the Dead would shrink a little, and it also meant that Morda, known as the Lick King, was a few steps away from the final divine position. With a distortion of space, a skeleton with a crown on its head and a black cloak, with blue flames flickering in its dark eye sockets, was teleported into the laboratory of the unlucky Lick. He looked down at the wreckage on the ground that was scattered into a pile of bones due to the loss of the soul, and then he grabbed a piece of bracelet fragment from the ground. It was still a part of a phylactery a minute ago. Just as he was carefully examining the phylactery fragment, there was another distortion of space in the air beside him, and a level 8 legendary Lick had also arrived at the scene of the murder. Lord Morda, the Lick greeted in a low voice. Angmar, he is your student, right? The Lick King looked away from the fragment and asked. Yes, he was my student when he was alive, and he pursued me without hesitation, embarking on the path of death. He is only 800 years old, still very young, the legendary level Lick called Angmar said as he picked up the unfinished letter from the desk beside him, and continued, Don't worry, it's just a matter of time. He got an opportunity a month ago, and his soul descended into a remote town near the Sinless City, and he successfully went into hibernation, ready to make his move, but just now, he encountered a powerful enemy, a holy disciple of the Holy Light cult. He was forced to use an emergency relocation and successfully escaped back, but he did not escape the pursuit. Lick Angmar briefly repeated the contents of the letter, before asking with some doubt, You're right. Why was he still so tragically harmed after he escaped back to Duat? It was a divine spell that even I have never seen before. The enemy got his phylactery, and launched an attack along the phylactery, completely destroying his soul. The Lick King said in a low voice. The red flames in Angmar's eye sockets suddenly jumped, showing that he was a little uneasy in his heart, and quickly asked. This is a very dangerous signal. What kind of attack can hurt us through the phylactery? Every Lick had several phylacteries and scattered them all over the world to ensure that once the soul was transferred, it would be out of danger immediately. Even if the phylacteries were discovered, at most, an empty one would be destroyed, but the Lick itself would not be harmed. That was why liches were so difficult to kill. However, if someone could directly injure the liches through the phylactery, the phylacteries that were scattered outside the undead kingdom would turn from life-saving talismans to life-threatening talismans. It was only a matter of time before the liches were wiped out. Pass down my orders. All liches are to retrieve their phylacteries. Don't leave a single one behind. At the same time, contact the people outside and ask them to investigate this matter carefully. We must find out who did it. In the future, without my permission, your soul is not allowed to descend to the outside world, especially near Sinless City, the Lich King said decisively. His order was accurately transmitted to the ears of every Lich through the connection of the Kingdom of the Dead. Sir, are we going to give up on Sinless City? The Lich King was slightly stunned. There was a hint of helplessness in his cold voice. Sinless City is important, but we have already lost 2 liches there. It's a very painful loss. We don't need to be impatient. Time is always on our side. The liches had never given up on Sinless City. Even if the city was completely under the control of the Orthodox Church, they were still patiently waiting for an opportunity. A few years ago, they had sent out a Lich to stir up trouble in the area. However, the Lich died suddenly after a short while. Even with the phylactery, the Lich failed to escape. It could not be helped. After all, the Lich had been dead for too long. Hence, the Lich King realized the drawbacks of the phylactery system. He quickly gathered the liches under his command and together, they developed a spell called emergency transfer. This spell allowed the liches to automatically transfer their souls when they were in danger. However, he did not expect the enemy to find a way to attack the Lich's body through the phylactery. If the Lich King had not been dead for too long and had lost all his human emotions, he would have been so angry that his limbs would have turned cold and his body would have trembled. You can try to use divination. Maybe you can find some clues. After the Lich King gave the order, he continued. But the enemy is a saint. If I use divination rashly, won't it attract the attention of the gods? The Lich Angmar was a little scared. He did not have the slightest bit of righteous indignation or the thought of avenging his student. He no longer had such feelings. The gods nowadays can't even take care of themselves. The Lich King said solemnly. Angmar was slightly relieved. He quickly gathered the remains of his student and activated the divination that he was good at when he was still alive. He wanted to find clues about the murderer. However, he did not get any results. The divination was disturbed. Some powerful existence is protecting the murderer. How is that possible? The gods nowadays don't care about their believers in the mortal world. The flames in the Lich King's eyes danced. He was a little puzzled. Is it because the murderer's status is high enough? I can't divine it. Angmar asked again. However, he remembered that his student's letter said that the murderer was a young human. Let me give it a try, the Lich King said. Just when he was about to take the pile of remains from Angmar, something strange happened. A beam of light that was full of holy aura suddenly penetrated the sky of Duat that was always covered by dark clouds and fell on Angmar's body. The beam of light was pure and holy. The life energy contained in it was like a surging wave. If it shone on a living person, it could instantly cure all their illnesses and injuries, regenerate their bones and flesh, and bring the dead back to life. However, if it shone on a Lich, it would be the most fatal ray of destruction. Angmar suddenly let out a shrill scream. He did not even have the time to activate the emergency teleportation and was instantly burned to ashes by the beam of light. The whole process lasted less than a second. The Lich King had just realized what had happened when the beam of light disappeared without a trace. Your sect is too unruly. After thousands of years, the Lich King once again let out an angry roar. It was a loud roar. Chapter 535. Reynolds did not know what happened in the Kingdom of the Dead. He cleaned up the scene, took the Lich's phylactery fragment, and hurriedly left York Town. All the townspeople were killed by the Lich, and the whole town was empty. They were silently accusing the Lich of his crimes. When Reynolds returned to the camp, he found that the mercenaries were all tied up and stuffed into a large pit. Amir was standing guard at the edge of the pit, imitating Reynolds's usual actions. She kept scratching her head with her big hands, as if she was troubled by something. She then began to fill the pit with soil, intending to bury the mercenaries in it. Even so, the mercenaries were still sleeping soundly, snoring non-stop. Reynolds remembered his order before he left: keep an eye on the mercenaries, don't let them run around, and don't let them get eaten by wolves. He did not expect Amir to carry out his order in such a way. He quickly went to stop this atrocity, carried the mercenaries out, and untied the ropes on their bodies. Sigh, why are you so stupid? You've been by my side every day, why didn't you learn any of my wisdom and strategizing? If you continue like this, even a kitten will be smarter than you. Reynolds reprimanded in a bad mood. Amir squatted down with her back facing him. She stretched out a thick finger and drew circles on the ground, looking very wronged. Okay, don't feel wronged. Come help me clean up and fill this pit. When we get home, I'll teach you how to weave straw electric mice and garlic turtles. Kittens can't learn this, but you can still be smarter than them. Reynolds comforted her with a few more words. Only then did Amelia stand up again, and together with Reynolds, they filled up the hole. The next morning, the mercenaries woke up full of energy and stretched their bodies comfortably. I haven't slept so well in a long time, Captain Jerson said contentedly. As a mercenary who lived on the edge of blood, insomnia and neurasthenia were very common occupational diseases. He had almost forgotten how many years it had been since he last slept so well. The others agreed. They felt that even in their own home, they had not slept so well. However, they immediately realized that something was wrong. Right now, they were clearly sleeping in the wild. There was still Yorktown, which could be dangerous, not far away. There was no reason for him to sleep so soundly. The mercenaries immediately tensed up and hurriedly checked their own conditions. Although he was unscathed, there were some strange bruises and strangulation marks on his body. There were also some dirt on his head and body. They were a little confused about the situation and looked at Reynolds, who looked a little dispirited. Pastor Reynolds, you didn't seem to have slept well last night. Do you know what happened? Reno rubbed his eyes and replied, cough cough, I saw that you guys were sleeping so soundly, rolling all over the floor. I was the only one keeping watch, nothing happened last night. Even Yorktown was quiet. The mercenaries immediately looked ashamed. Captain Jesson was even more embarrassed as he said, that's right. Thank you for your hard work. Actually, you could have woken us up. Reynolds smiled indifferently and replied, that's right. As a kind priest, how can I disturb other people's dreams? These words immediately moved the hearts of the mercenaries. This Pastor Reno was really a kind and good person. He was gentle, considerate of others. What an ideal teammate. Just through a small matter, Reynolds had won a good impression in the hearts of the mercenaries. All right, let's go take a look at the town. Pastor Reynolds, can you still endure? Captain Jesson asked. Of course, I'm already used to hard work. Although Reynolds wanted to tell them that there was nothing to see and that the matter had been resolved, he felt that if he told them the truth, many things would be difficult to explain. Thus, he decided to put on an act and pretend that he didn't know anything. He followed the mercenaries to Yorktown. The group wandered around the empty town for a while before splitting up to search. Finally, they met up at the small square where Reynolds met the lick. There's no one here. Weren't there people yesterday? How did they all disappear in a night? There are no workers in the mine, nor are there any traces of migration. All their belongings are still in the house. They seemed to have disappeared into thin air. What happened here? Could it be the work of an evil god? The mercenaries summarized their findings and instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Reynolds also cooperated with them and said in surprise, that's right. Wow. Evil god. How terrifying. How terrifying. Let's hurry back and report this to the major churches. Captain Jesson nodded. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Thus, just like this, everyone ran madly all the way and rushed back to Sinless City before the sky turned dark. Captain Jesson wanted to bring the group to report this matter to the 3 Orthodox churches, but Reynolds used the excuse that he was too tired and returned to the church first. The moment he entered, he smelled a rich aroma. The old bishop had prepared a table full of delicious food. Other than his favorite roasted potatoes, there was also fish, meat, and bread. He was waiting for his return. Even the kittens were meowing and gathering around to welcome him. Reynolds instantly felt a warm feeling, dispelling the fatigue in his body. "You're back just in time. You came back earlier than I expected. Come and eat." The old bishop, who was wearing thick insulating gloves, placed a bowl of fish soup on the table. Reynolds quickly sat down at the table, picked up a roasted potato out of habit, and started munching on it. "Did it go well?" the old bishop asked as he wrapped a towel around the kittens. "Quite well. I met a lick on the way. There was a small accident, but I've already dealt with it." Reynolds was busy eating and answered casually. Millimeter, that's good. That's good. Wait. What did you just say?" "A lick." Perhaps because Reynolds's tone was too casual, the old bishop realized that he had not met any random cat or dog, but a lick, who was known for being sinister, cunning, dangerous, and difficult to deal with. "Yes, a lick. That guy was terrible. Everyone in the town was killed by him, and he was very difficult to deal with. Even though he couldn't beat me, he refused to admit defeat. He even ran away. I was so angry. After that, I tried to hunt him down, but I don't know if I succeeded. I'll have to trouble you to divine it later," Reynolds said as he wolfed down his food. Chapter 536. Reynolds casually described his encounter with the lick, leaving the old bishop in a daze. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. He didn't know whether to praise Reynolds or warn him. Fortunately, Reynolds had always been carefree and did not care much about this. Instead, he changed the topic. "Why aren't you eating? Eat, eat, eat. Eat first, eat first," the old bishop said repeatedly and buried his head in his food. After the meal, Reynolds cleaned up the mess and took out the fragment of the licker's phylactery for the old bishop to divine. After a simple divination ceremony, the old bishop said with some doubt, "The divination shows that the owner of this phylactery doesn't exist." "Doesn't exist? Does that mean he's dead? Punished by justice?" Reynolds asked in a happy tone. "You can understand it that way, but strictly speaking, it's not that simple. You should know that death does not mean the end, just like how the goddess resurrected you. The disappearance of existence means the destruction of both the body and the soul, and all connections with the world will be erased. Simply put, in a few days, you will even forget that you ever met him," explained the old bishop, looking very solemn, and then asked, "Why? What kind of divine art did you use against him? How could you even erase his existence?" Renaud hurriedly explained how he managed to use the double critical strike hammer of sanctions, and concluded, "This hammer of blessings is really powerful. As expected of a divine artifact bestowed by the goddess, its power is too strong. It directly hammered him into nothing." "Perhaps," the old bishop said hesitantly, but then he encouraged him. "This is also a good thing. It's enough to frighten those skeletons, so they won't dare to come to the world and cause trouble. You can be considered to have protected the peace of the world, spreading happiness and gospel. And now that you can deal with evil and dangerous things like the lick, it means that you have improved again. This is good. Keep it up, but don't be arrogant because of it. Remember to be humble and cautious, only then can you continue to improve." "Yes, I will abide by the teachings," Reynolds said very seriously, but then he showed a smug smile and asked, "If I keep it up, will there be a day when I can catch up to Senior?" Actually, your Senior he's still much stronger than you, so don't slack off, keep working hard," the old bishop said reluctantly. Therefore, Reynolds suddenly became energetic again. He didn't feel sleepy anymore and immediately began to exercise. He planned to make up for the amount he had fallen behind in the past 2 days before going to rest. The kittens were also forced to exercise with him. When he did push-ups, the kittens lined up neatly beside him, rolling back and forth. It looked like they were acting cute. Renaud was still seriously encouraging them. "You're not allowed to be lazy. Look, you've been here for so long, but you're still not growing up. You're still like little furballs. If this goes on, when will you become tall and strong? If you don't work hard, even Amir will be smarter than you. I'm waiting to defeat the evil dragon with you in the future and seize its treasures. Let's do our best. And so, after a satisfying workout, Reynolds took a shower, lay down on the small bed, and began to apologize to the goddess. It's rare for me to be away from home, but I forgot to bring you a souvenir. I hope you can forgive my carelessness. With that, he fell into a deep sleep. On the morning of the next day, Mia's cathedral welcomed a distinguished guest, a knight from the primordial chaos. As the leader of the paladins, the knight held the same position as the bishop, but he did not have to deal with the chores of the church. He only had to focus on training and leading the paladins and the crusaders. The knight was a handsome uncle with a handsome face. He was as generous as a viner, and the first thing he did was to toss 5 gold coins into the offering box. This was the standard amount of money a bishop would pay when visiting other churches. After greeting the blurry mosaic statue, the knight named Dorton began to look at Reynolds with great interest. He had heard that the boy was involved in the recently improved theurgy that the Holy Light religion had recently come up with. There were also rumors that he had an affair with the genius theurgy of the Holy Light religion. He had been curious about Reynolds before, so he came in person today. Now that he had met him, he was not disappointed. Although he was a young cleric, he was good with people and had good looks. He was just a little worse than himself when he was young. After some small talk, Dorton finally got down to business with the 2 men from the Church of Mia. He was here for the matter of York Town. Although the mercenaries have explained the situation clearly, they are not clerics, so I would like to hear your opinion. Reynolds calmly threw out the excuse that he had prepared long ago. There were no flaws in it at all. You didn't feel the presence of evil? It seems that this matter is very strange. But you don't have to worry. Leave this matter to us adults. Young people should enjoy their youth. As the head knight spoke, he reached out and patted Renault's shoulder. Suddenly, he revealed an expression of surprise. You have a good body. You're quite muscular. I can't tell when you're wearing a priest's robe. It's rare for a young cleric like you to have such a good body. So why did you choose to be a cleric and not a paladin? Reynolds looked at the old bishop and smiled helplessly. The head knight immediately understood what was going on. He hurriedly laughed and found an excuse to leave. When he got out of the church and mounted his horse, he turned around and looked at Mia's church. Then, he asked his attendant with a puzzled expression, he asked his followers, "Have you heard of this goddess Mia?" The followers shrugged and shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of her before. Maybe she's some ancient deity, the knight muttered. He did not want to delve into the matter. However, one of the followers said jokingly, I've been studying history recently. I've been researching history recently. In ancient times, people didn't dare to use the god's honorific name as the name of the church. Instead, they would use the god's title or other pronouns, just like us and the other 2 families. It was only in modern times that a church using the name of a deity appeared. In addition, according to the grammar of the ancient common language at that time, the sound ya was actually just a modal particle. It didn't have any meaning. So, if this sect was really an ancient sect, then the name should be pronounced in modern grammar. Chapter 537. The Grand Paladin couldn't help but frown at the servant's words. "Mi? What a strange name. There's something special about it." Perhaps it was because the servant's tone was too casual. The Grand Paladin didn't pay much attention to the servant's words. Instead, he reprimanded the servant. "You talk too much. You even have to criticize the name of another church." "Haha, I was just saying." The servant laughed. The attendant laughed. He didn't even take his words seriously. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's set off for York Town. I miss the sweet corn there." After the small group of people left, the courtyard of Mia's cathedral was once again quiet. After watching them leave, Reynolds calmly returned to the cathedral and closed the door. Then, a frantic expression appeared on his face. "Ah, I can't believe I forgot such an important thing." He quickly went to the Grand Paladin, hoping to make up for his negligence. "I promised Di that I'd bring her some sweet corn from York Town, but I forgot about it. I only remembered when Grand Paladin Dutton mentioned the sweet corn." What should I do? The goddess teaches us to keep our promises and treat others kindly. Di is so cute and stupid, but I broke my promise. I feel like a scumbag who cheats on a girl's feelings. The Grand Paladin was stunned. He thought it was something big, but it turned out to be just this. However, on second thought, this matter seemed to be quite important. He quickly said, "Don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about this. It's just that there's still a huge gap between you and a scumbag. Why don't you go to the market and see if there's any sweet corn for sale?" Reynolds thought for a moment and shook his head. "I've been to the market in the south of the city. The corn they sell is just average. It's not sweet enough, and a little expensive, and if I go to the market, it'll feel a little perfunctory, won't it?" The Grand Paladin agreed. After some thought, he suggested, "You can go to Old Farmer's farm. Then you can go look for it in Old John's field. I remember his corn is pretty good too." Reynolds recalled that Old John had sent him corn a few times. It tasted good, much better than the ones sold in the city market. So he made a prompt decision and set off immediately, driving Amia out of the city. "After you find the corn, remember to come back and make it into a salad before sending it to her. Otherwise, Miss Avina won't be able to use the raw corn on the cob." The old bishop did not forget to remind him. Probably because the goddess didn't want Reynolds to be a scumbag, he was lucky. Old John happened to harvest a batch of corn, and when he heard that Reynolds needed it, he gave him a big bag for free. Reynolds hurried back to the church and rushed straight into the kitchen. Following the old bishop's instructions, he peeled the corn kernels and blanched them in the water. Finally, he mixed them with the other vegetables and salad dressing that the old bishop had prepared and put them in a lunchbox. This way, even if he personally made a corn salad for Avina, he would be full of sincerity. Reynolds rushed to the church street before lunchtime and arrived at the entrance of the Shunguang cult's cathedral. 2 crusaders at the door stopped him. "May the light of my Lord shine on you forever. May I ask what you need?" "I'm here to see Bishop Avina," Reynolds hurriedly replied. The 2 crusaders showed a suspicious expression, looked at each other again, and then asked, "What's the matter?" "You are Pastor Reynolds." "Hey, you know me?" Reynolds was a little surprised. "Of course, it's not just us. Even our Archbishop knows you. Welcome, Pastor Reynolds. Please come with me," one of the crusaders said as he enthusiastically led Reno into the cathedral. Although it was called Church Street, the actual area it occupied was equivalent to a district. The so-called cathedral was not just a bare church, but a set of religious buildings that occupied the entire street. This was just one of the chapels, and it was 3 times bigger than the new MIA church. The entire church was extraordinarily imposing, and rich. Reynolds was a little dumbfounded by the sight. Needless to say, the popularity was even more impressive. Even when it was almost lunchtime, believers still came in an endless stream. It was more lively than a market. Is this the style of a great cult? The gap is really big. Reynolds couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Staying in such a place made him feel a little ashamed. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted his heart and secretly made a decision. "I'll work hard in the future and earn a cathedral like this for God MIA. The crusaders led Reynolds all the way to the back of the church, where the clergy worked, and finally led him to the door of a classroom. Avina was teaching the clergy inside, and the topic was the improved cure disease. The blackboard behind her was filled with beautiful handwriting, and most of the content was familiar to Reynolds, which was the topic that the 2 of them had discussed before. The clergy below were studying seriously, copying the content on the blackboard. Looking at this scene, Reynolds felt a strange warmth in his heart, as if he was the one teaching the clergy. Avina did not let Reynolds wait for too long, and soon announced the end of the class. She walked out of the classroom with a tired face, and then saw Reynolds standing outside the door, waiting for her. Her pair of sapphire eyes suddenly turned cold. "Pastor Reynolds." Avina's usually calm voice had a hint of surprise, probably because she did not expect Reynolds to take the initiative to look for her. She quickly walked over, almost burrowing her head into Reynolds's arms. "I've returned from Yorktown, and as promised, I brought you some sweet corn," Reynolds said with a guilty conscience as he hurriedly handed over the lunchbox. Avina quickly took it carefully, and held it tightly in front of her chest. I made it into a salad, I don't know if it's good, Reynolds continued. If it was the previous Avina, she would not have cared about the taste of the food, and would have just said a few perfunctory words. But now, Avina had read a few more books, and learned more knowledge and experience. She took the initiative, and grabbed Reynolds's arm, and shyly asked in a soft voice, "Let's eat together, okay?" Reynolds actually wanted to reject, but he just happened to feel a little hungry, and he also wanted to know how the food in this magnificent church tasted like. So, Avina pulled him by the arm, and left the classroom, and walked towards her living quarters. The two of them attracted a lot of attention as they walked. Some were surprised, some were amused, and some were hostile. But it was only hostility, not killing intent. Too bad. Chapter 538. Natalia led Reynolds all the way back to her residence, which was an exquisite villa with a beautiful garden. Two maids who were responsible for taking care of her daily life came out to greet her. When they saw Reynolds next to her, they could not help but widen their eyes. "This is Pastor Reynolds, right? He's so tall and good-looking. The two of them are a perfect match. Did he come to her so soon? It seems that things are going well. But the bishop is already 18 years old, so he should hurry up," the maids thought to themselves as they cast playful glances at Reynolds. Natalia felt their gazes and quickly stood in front of Reynolds to protect him, as if she was afraid that he would run away if they looked at him too much. Then she quickly led Reynolds to the garden at the back. "You have such a beautiful place," Reynolds looked around and praised from the bottom of his heart. Although he knew that Natalia was a little rich woman, now it seemed that the word little could be removed. To be able to live in such a high-class villa on Church Street where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, she was really not an ordinary rich person. Natalia subconsciously wanted to thank him and say a few words of modesty, but she suddenly remembered the knowledge taught in the book, so she forced herself to change her words. "If you like, you can come often." According to the book, such a proactive behavior should be difficult for the other party to refuse, and then they could use this as an opportunity to get along more often. In this way, the two of them could talk about theurgy every day, and it would be best if they could bring the kittens together and play with them. Natalia had a beautiful vision in her heart, waiting for Reynolds's answer. However, Reynolds answered very seriously. "No, I can't always go to a girl's house." Have I been seen through?" Natalia could not help but let out a pitiful whine in her heart. The maids who were eavesdropping on the conversation were a little anxious and quickly suggested that they eat lunch in the garden, which would make it more romantic. Of course, Natalia agreed. Thus, the maids busied themselves and quickly set up a stall on the lawn. They also began to set up the prepared food, making the lunch look like a romantic picnic. Then, they hurriedly excused themselves and hid to the side to continue eavesdropping. "Try the corn first." Renaud sat down and suggested. Natalia also sat down. Because she was wearing a priest's robe with a high slit, she could only sit like a duck, which could not hide her slender legs in white silk stockings. She could only leave them exposed in front of Reynolds. The silk stockings were of excellent texture and shone with an attractive luster under the sun. They looked more delicious than the food. Natalia couldn't wait to open the lunchbox that she had been holding in her arms. There was a small spoon inside, so she quickly tasted a spoonful. Her big eyes narrowed slightly as she savored the taste. "So sweet, so delicious. Your craftsmanship is really good," Natalia praised from the bottom of her heart. This was the sweetest corn she had ever eaten. Reynolds, on the other hand, scratched his head in embarrassment. He was not the one who planted the corn, and the salad dressing was made by the old bishop. He was only responsible for stirring it. "It's good that you like it. Speaking of which, I haven't had the chance to taste it yet. I was worried that you would dislike it. It's really delicious. Have a taste," Natalia said as she subconsciously handed the lunchbox over. Reynolds hurriedly reached out to take it. But Natalia suddenly retracted her hand. Because she suddenly realized that this seemed to be an opportunity to use that trick. It was a book she had recently read called The Stunt to Break the Ice. It was recommended to her by the little girls in the church. And one of the tricks was just right for the current situation. So she scooped up a spoonful of corn, leaned forward slightly, and fed the spoon to Reynolds's mouth. Stunt, slap and feed. Reynolds, on the other hand, was slightly stunned. He smiled, reached out to grab the spoon from her hand, and put it into his mouth. Millimeter, it tastes really good, I've been seen through again. Natalia lowered her head, a little disappointed. When Reynolds saw her like this, he thought she was tired, so he said, "Die." "Oh no, Bishop, you must be very busy every day, right? You have to manage such a big church and teach so many people." "These few days, I've been a little," Natalia answered subconsciously, but immediately realized that she shouldn't say that, so she quickly corrected herself according to the knowledge in the book. "Actually, I'm not that busy. I still have a lot of time every day." Oh, in that case, I suggest you exercise more every day. You're too weak, so it's not good for practicing divine arts," Reynolds seriously suggested. "Hey, exercising helps with practicing divine arts?" Natalia asked suspiciously, and could not help but look down at her chest. Well, there was no obstruction at all. Of course, many divine arts are quite tiring to use. I was not in good health when I was young, so I could only use divine arts a few times. Later on, I worked hard to exercise so that I could use divine arts more often. Reynolds was telling the truth. A few years ago, his body wasn't as good as it was now. Using a 7th level divine spell 3 times in a row would make him dizzy and gasp for breath. He was a noob. Now, it was much better. 3 times in a row was just a little tiring, like running a few hundred meters. Usually, when he exercised, he ran in kilometers. As for how many divine arts he could use in a row, he had no idea, because he had not met such a powerful enemy yet. In the end, Natalia decided to believe Reynolds because she believed that a good person like Reynolds would not lie to her. Then how should I exercise? For a girl, it's better to do some light exercises when you're new. Start with running. Remember to run on your own. Don't use divine arts to help, Reynolds seriously suggested. Then I'll give it a try, Natalia nodded blankly. Just like that, the two chatted while enjoying a sumptuous lunch. After lunch, it was almost time for Reynolds to leave. Although Natalia wanted to spend more time with him, she still had a lot of things to do in the afternoon. So she stood up and was about to send Reynolds off. However, as soon as she stood up, she suddenly felt a little numb in her legs, but it was not a big deal. She subconsciously wanted to use divine arts to relieve the symptoms, but suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and decided to use a unique skill, throwing herself into his arms. "Ah! My legs are numb." Natalia let out a cute cry and bumped into Reynolds's chest. However, Reynolds's reaction was swift. He quickly grabbed her shoulder and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" He saw through me again. Chapter 539. In the end, Natalia waved her small hand and reluctantly sent Reynolds away. She still had a lot of work to do in the afternoon and a lot to say. She felt tired just thinking about it. Fortunately, Reynolds came over today to replenish her energy. She probably wouldn't be so tired in the afternoon. Reynolds rode Amia and quickly returned to the church. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the old bishop looking at him with a smile and asked, "How was it? Did she like it?" "She seemed to like it very much. She finished the whole box." Reynolds answered truthfully, "Well, that's good." The old bishop nodded and changed the topic. "How was it? Did you visit the Cathedral of the Holy Light Religion? What did you think?" "I took a look around. It's really beautiful and they're really rich. Is this the strength of a large religion?" Reno sighed with emotion and added, "That's right. But their people don't seem to like me very much. Even the 2 maids beside Days were the same. When I left, I saw them shaking their heads and sighing. They looked very disappointed. Probably because my clothes were too shabby." The old bishop wasn't there and didn't know the specific situation. Naturally, he didn't say much and just comforted him. "Don't care about other people's opinions. Just be yourself." Reynolds nodded and didn't take it to heart. He gathered the kittens and prepared to continue training them. There were a total of 5 kittens. Their fur color was snow cloud cover and white gloves. Even their faces were similar in black and white. It was difficult to distinguish them. Reynolds suggested, "Why don't I give you a name? Let's call you Dawa, Wa, and San Wa." The kittens were so angry that they kept meowing. "Hey! You don't like it? Then change it. Let's call them Silver Ash, Cliffheart, First Snow." The kittens were so angry that they wanted to bite. "You still don't like it? What about chocolate, vanilla, red bean, these food styles?" The kittens were so scared that they were trembling. In the end, before Reynolds could think of a better name, there was a guest. It was Lieutenant Avina, whom he hadn't seen for a while. And she looked a little different today. Although she was still in the uniform of a sheriff, her face was painted with makeup that was different from usual. Her eyeshadow was a very flirtatious purple. Her lips were smeared with bright lipstick, and there were sparkling crystal earrings hanging from her ears. However, she didn't seem to be in good spirits. She was a little dispirited, as if she had suffered a blow. Coupled with her different makeup, it made Reynolds wonder if she had gone on a date with some scumbag and ended up being taken advantage of. "You don't look too good today," Reynolds asked with concern as he handed over another cup of tea. Ariwana wasn't in a hurry to reply. She gulped down her tea and sat down casually on the bench, sighing softly. "It's still more comfortable here with you. I don't know why, but being by your side always gives me a sense of security." As she spoke, she stretched lazily and puffed out her chest. Her slender legs, which were clad in black stockings and leather boots, also stretched out generously, as if allowing Reynolds to admire them. Her half-closed red eyes were still secretly observing Reynolds's reaction. However, Reynolds's expression did not change. He still had that kind smile on his face. Avina snorted with slight displeasure in her heart, then she began to talk about business. "I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news here. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Can I only listen to the good news?" Reynolds asked helplessly. Avina said in a bad mood. "Of course not. But I can tell you the good news first. The good news is that we caught the cranium crusher." "Huh? Why didn't I know?" Reynolds asked subconsciously. Avina said in a strange tone, "Of course you don't know. Of course you don't know. It just happened this morning, and we haven't had the time to publicize it yet. Didn't I come here specifically to inform you?" Reynolds quickly calmed down. This was not the first time he had encountered such a thing. There had been a few cases of criminals pretending to be cranium crushers to commit crimes. But this time, it seemed to be a little different. Those guys who pretended to be cranium crushers were not so easy to catch. Okay, then what's the bad news?" Reynolds asked again. "The bad news is that we caught 2 cranium crushers at once." "Huh?" Avina then explained to Reynolds in detail. It turned out that the 2 cranium crushers that were caught were impersonators, and they were 2 teenagers around the age of 14 or 15. Both of them came from wealthy families, and they loved stories about heroes. They were fans of Skullcrusher, and they had heard about Skullcrusher's outfit from somewhere. They imitated him and made a long black robe and a mosquito coil mask, and they started to cosplay. When Reynolds first debuted, he was not very familiar with anti-detection methods, and his movements were not secretive enough, so there were still living people who saw his disguise. The 2 little fans disguised themselves as him and went out to the streets in broad daylight, wanting to teach those hooligans a lesson and uphold justice. In the end, they were not strong enough and were beaten up. In the end, they were sent to the sheriff. As for Avina, her subordinates didn't convey the news clearly enough. They only emphasized the outfit, causing her to misunderstand and think that they really caught the cranium crusher. After all, those who pretended to be cranium crushers would at most imitate his modus operandi, but they wouldn't follow suit with a black robe and a mask. Therefore, Avina carefully dressed up and prepared to interrogate them alone in the middle of the night. In the end, she saw 2 bruised and swollen brats. This was why she looked so tired today. "What happened after that?" Reynolds asked again. "What happened after that?" "These 2 brats are from rich families, and they have no criminal records. They have nothing to do with the cranium crushers, so I can only criticize and educate them. That's why I came to you. I hope you can educate them well," Avina said. "In this country, Criticizing and educating young people would occasionally be handed over to various religious groups, but this kind of thing was usually handled by the major religious groups. They even had their own specialized juvenile detention center. However, Ari Weiner left the job to Reynolds because both of them were non-believers. Their parents and relatives were also shallow believers who did not have a strong faith. Furthermore, their family conditions were very good. This could be said to be taking good care of them. However, that was not what she said. Instead, she said insincerely, "The reason why I came to you is because you are more familiar with Cranium Crusher. I hope you can tell them how dangerous and evil Cranium Crusher is and let them understand the foolishness and danger of their actions." In the end, she warned him seriously. "Anyway, that's it. Don't overthink it." Chapter 540. The next day, the two troublemakers were escorted to the entrance of Mia's church by their respective family heads. They seemed to be fine. It seemed that they had already received treatment for their injuries. They were dressed decently, like typical rich young masters. One of them was called Townsend and the other Larry. They were a pair of good friends. Their parents were also close friends, so they even got together to cause trouble. "Sigh, we're too busy with work. We'll have to trouble you to discipline these two brats," the parents said to the old bishop. They mistakenly thought that this amiable old bishop was in charge of education and did not pay attention to the elegant and easygoing Reynolds. After the children were pushed into the church, the parents gave 5 gold coins as a donation. In principle, the church would not charge for this kind of work, but no parents would really be stingy. Otherwise, who knew what kind of treatment their children would receive? More or less, they would still be grateful. It was quite generous of him to offer 5 gold coins in one go. After the parents left in the carriage, the old bishop turned to Reynolds and asked, "Is it okay to leave them to you?" "Of course, I'm the best at educating others," Reynolds said confidently. "Very well, I'll go to the market first. I'll leave them to you." With that, the old bishop left. The two brats originally thought that this seemingly easygoing old man would be the one to discipline them. They had already made plans in their hearts. This was not the first time the two of them had been sent to the church for discipline. It could be said that they had experienced hundreds of battles and had seen many. An old man like this was actually very easy to fool. As long as they gave in and flattered him, or at most bribed him with pocket money, they would be able to get through easily. In the end, they did not expect that it would be this young cleric who did not look much older than them. This was a little out of the ordinary, wasn't it? But it did not matter. Young people were definitely easier to deal with. Besides, he was a young cleric from a small church who had not seen much of the world. With a little trick, they could easily handle him. Both of them were very confident in their thoughts. Reynolds led the two into the church and closed the door. He turned back to show a kind smile and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Reynolds." "Hello, my name is Reynolds. You can call me Pastor Reynolds. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the next few days. Please reflect on your mistakes and follow my orders." When the two of them saw Reynolds being so polite and submissive, they thought that he was the kind of person who could be easily bullied. "You don't look much older than us. What right do you have to discipline us?" "That's right. Take care of yourself first." "I follow the teachings at all times, repent and reflect on myself every day, so I definitely take care of myself," Reynolds said patiently. The two rascals echoed each other and said, "That's right. TSK, forget it. You clergy are all two-faced. Who doesn't know that? That's right, that's right. I think you should stop pretending in front of us. Let's just go through the motions. It's best if nothing happens. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll just find some random people to tear down this shabby church of yours." "Sigh, looks like you guys aren't willing to cooperate." Reynolds shook his head helplessly. "Then I have no choice but to change my method." After saying that, he took 2 steps forward, raised his fists, and smashed them in the face. The two brats were immediately thrown to the ground, their noses bleeding profusely. You dare to hit me? Even my father didn't hit me," the two of them shouted and struggled to stand up, intending to resist. Reynolds, on the other hand, kicked the two of them in the chest with a little more force than usual. This time, the two brats were almost kicked to death. They couldn't get up even if they wanted to. "Are you willing to cooperate now?" Reynolds asked with a smile. The two of them were in so much pain that they kept gasping for air. How could they still speak? "Still not willing? Not bad, you have backbone." As Reynolds spoke, he twisted the two's heads on the left and right and slammed them hard. The two of them immediately fainted. However, they didn't have time to faint for long. 2 basins of cold water were splashed on their faces, and they immediately woke up. "Are you willing to cooperate now?" Reynolds continued to ask with a smile. The two brats shook their heads vigorously as if they had seen the devil. They begged, "Please, don't hit us, hey? Can't tell that you guys are tough." As Reynolds spoke, he twisted their heads again. Only then did the two of them react. They cried out in pain and said in unison, "I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do anything you say. Are you still going to tear down my church?" Reynolds continued to ask. "I won't do it again. TSK. What a pity," Reynolds muttered with some regret. Only then did he let the two of them go for the time being and ordered them to go into the confession room. The confession room of Mia's cult was very narrow. The two of them squeezed together and barely managed to stand. Reynolds locked the door of the confession room and poured 2 cups of tea. He handed them over through the cell window. Even though they were locked up like criminals, the two of them felt a sense of security. At least the iron bars could protect them from being beaten up by the irascible priest. "Why did you pretend to be Cranium Crusher? Tell me the truth," Reynolds asked. The two of them quickly spilled the beans. It turned out that the one called Townsend liked all kinds of heroic biographies since he was young. He worshipped Cranium Crusher, a dark hero. He hoped that he could be as strong as Cranium Crusher and protect the city in his own way. As for the one called Larry, he was much smarter. He thought that if he imitated Cranium Crusher's style, even if he caused any trouble, he could blame it on Cranium Crusher and not be targeted. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough. The first time he went out, he couldn't even beat a small hoodlum. "Do you know what your biggest mistake is?" Reynolds continued to ask. The two of them quickly reflected on their mistakes. They had said the same thing countless times. Reynolds did not have the patience to listen to them. He quickly waved his hand and corrected them. "It seems that your parents made a wise choice by sending you here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have realized your mistake. Your biggest mistake is that you pretended to be Cranium Crusher but lost. You even got beaten up." The two of them could not help but be stunned. They did not expect this at all. Reynolds continued to speak with righteous indignation. "You see, if you won, you wouldn't have been beaten up, you wouldn't have been caught, and you wouldn't have been sent to me. Even if you want to imitate Cranium Crusher, you should at least be more realistic. You can't even beat a small hoodlum with that little bit of skill, and you still have the nerve to impersonate him." Chapter 541. The two brats were stunned by Reynolds's words. How could it be like this? They were already prepared to accept a long lecture, but the other party actually threw out such a crooked theory. They were simply caught off guard. Is this guy really a priest? Can he really educate others? The two could not help but think in their hearts, but they did not dare to refute. They could only follow Reynolds's words and ask, then, how should we correct our mistakes? Is there a need to ask? Of course, it's to become stronger, Renaud said confidently. Although the two brats felt that the priest was talking nonsense, it seemed to make some sense. Then, how should we become stronger? The two continued to ask. Let's start with push-ups, Reynolds said as he opened the door of the confessional. He first let the two out, then asked them to start doing push-ups on the spot. First, do 20 at a time. Do 100 a day. After that, do deep squats. That's 100 as well. Then run 5 kilometers. That's about it for today. Reynolds continued. The two brats wanted to protest that he was punishing them in disguise, but before they could say anything, they saw Reynolds show an expectant expression as he cracked his knuckles. As long as I can go back alive today, I must tell my parents and ask them to seek justice for me. The two of them succumbed to Reynolds's tyranny and could only lie down and start doing push-ups. Renaud continued, "That's right. Of course, it's not enough to just be strong physically. More importantly, it's the strength of the mind. Without the mind and wisdom of a strong person, you're just a brute in the end. On the other hand, look at the skull crusher, how smart and astute he is." The two brats agreed with these words. The skull crusher was naturally an extremely smart person. Otherwise, he would have been caught by the sheriff long ago. The two of them could not help but recall the extremely beautiful yet fierce female sheriff from yesterday. She was like a wolf or a tiger. If the skull crusher fell into her hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, while you're training your body, you also have to train your mind, then do push-ups while memorizing the teachings of our sect. Reynolds instructed again. "No, what does your sect's teachings have to do with the mind? I'm not your believer." The two brats were just about to quibble when they heard Reynolds say, "If you can't finish it, you're not allowed to go home." The two brats simply wanted to cry but had no tears. Just like that, the two of them panted as they did push-ups while listening to Reynolds recite the teachings. They could only hope that the old bishop would come back. He looked kind and benevolent. Perhaps he would save their lives on account of their pitiful state. When the old bishop returned, the two men who were squatting hurriedly rushed forward and hugged the old bishop's thighs. "I beg you, please save me." The old archbishop looked down at their bruised faces and listened to them complain about Renaud's crimes. Then, he turned to Renaud and said, "How could you do this?" The two devilish brats were overjoyed, thinking that they had met their savior. But the old bishop continued, "Our doctrine is too simple. They can memorize it very quickly. We should let them memorize some classics. I have it in my room. I'll go get it." After saying that, he kicked the two brats aside and went to look for books for them. How could an old bishop who could educate Renaud into such a person be easy to deal with? The two brats finally realized what true despair was. Just like that, Reynolds kept tormenting the two of them until dusk before letting them go. The two brats looked at the street that was covered by the setting sun and couldn't help but hug each other and cry. "We survived." Sob, 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 sob. After crying for a while, Townsend asked again, "What do we do now? Do we go back and complain?" Larry thought about it but shook his head uncharacteristically. "We don't have any injuries on our bodies. They've all been healed. Even our clothes are clean. The adults won't believe what happened to us." Although the two of them were beaten black and blue by Renaud, the old bishop was very good at healing divine arts. He healed their injuries easily and even cleaned their clothes with divine arts, making them look even better than when they arrived. The two of them were used to lying and their parents wouldn't believe anything they said. Sigh. "If I had known, I wouldn't have lied all the time," Townsend said regretfully. "What's the use of saying this now? Then, are we still coming tomorrow?" "Of course. What else can we do?" Larry said, and then said with some hesitation, "And let me tell you a secret. After being forced to train by that guy for a while and being treated by the old bishop, I actually feel pretty good." "Hey, so you think so too?" "I actually feel pretty good too," Townsend also said. "And the old bishop's cooking is really good. It's much better than our chef's." Yeah, I think so too. Actually, this sect is quite interesting. If we didn't mess with Pastor Renaud at the beginning and listen to him obediently, we wouldn't have been beaten up. Yeah, and he's so good. He easily took down the two of us. If we were as good as him, we wouldn't have been bullied by that group of hooligans. As the two of them talked, they suddenly realized that this sect was quite interesting. It was much better than the other correctional centers they had been in before. So the next day, they actually took the initiative to come to the correctional center on time. Just like that, they trained their bodies, recited the teachings, and listened to the old bishop's lecture. When the 5-day correctional period was over, the two of them went to their parents and told them their decision. "What? You're going to join Mia's sect? I really like it there. The old bishop is very kind and knowledgeable. He fully explained the teachings to us. I really like that kind of teachings. Pastor Renaud is also very kind and he speaks very well. Every time we go there, it's like we're going home. So we've decided to believe in Lord Mia. The two of them told their reasons and at the same time, they hid one thing from their parents. It was the words that Renaud said to them in the evening of the 5th day. Today is the best day ever. You've worked hard these past few days. I'm very happy and I can feel that you've become stronger. So, go find those hooligans for revenge. Having said that, he raised his hand and cast 2 divine spells on the 2 of them. That night, the hooligans were beaten to a pulp and begged for mercy. Perhaps that was the main reason why they decided to join the sect. Chapter 542. The parents of the 2 brats were not in a hurry to agree to their children's request. Instead, they spent some effort to find out more about the cult of MIA. As members of the wealthy class, they certainly would not ask about such things on the streets. Instead, they used their own connections to find out. Thus, they received such sayings as the Holy Light religion has a close relationship with him, and Red Coat Yiku and Bishop Mithrin have high praises for him. Pastor Renaud's skills are superb, and can be said to be excellent. Pastor Renaud is good at hardening people. The praises were quite good. Since that was the case, the parents naturally could not refuse. They were shallow believers and did not pay much attention, so they agreed. On Renaud's side, he made a few rules with the 2 brats. In the future, they would have to listen to their parents, follow the teachings of the church, be gentle and easygoing, humble and cautious. They would not have to pray in the church every day, but they would have to exercise every day. They would also have to study every day, whether it was to inherit the family business or to learn other skills. Anyway, they would have to learn knowledge and not idle around every day. As for the benefits of joining the church, they would not have to be afraid of any gangsters in the future. With such conditions, no one in their right mind would refuse. Thus, after conducting a simple initiation ceremony for the 2 naughty children and receiving a few dozen gold coins from their parents, Mia's cult finally had 2 new followers. At this point, the number of believers had made some progress, breaking through the double-digit mark, and the total number was as high as 11. Renaud and the old bishop were very satisfied and happy. They immediately decided to thank Lieutenant Undine and treat her to a sumptuous dinner. Renaud wrote a letter and sent it over. That afternoon, he received a reply. Since you've invited me so sincerely, I'll reluctantly accept. It's just a normal dinner, don't think too much. I should be free the day after tomorrow, right? And so, the matter was settled. But on the day of the dinner, it was not Lieutenant Undine who came, but one of her subordinates. I'm sorry, the captain has been temporarily transferred to an urgent mission. She can't come, so she asked me to come and let you know. It's really a special situation. The captain has been looking forward to today. Her mood and complexion have been much better than usual these 2 days. Renaud and the old bishop looked at the table of food that they had painstakingly prepared and could not help but feel a little disappointed. In the end, the table of food ended up benefiting Mithrin and the 2 brats. The next day, the subordinate came again. Captain and the others are missing. A small team that went out yesterday didn't return in time, and we can't contact them. What exactly is the mission? Reynolds hurriedly asked. Recently, someone reported that there was an evil cult operating in a village outside the city. The captain and the others were ordered to investigate, but they have yet to return. We also sent people out to check the situation, but they didn't find anything strange. They didn't even reach the village. They disappeared halfway. Pastor Reynolds, we need your help. The subordinate said. Understood. Please wait a moment. Reynolds said without hesitation. He quickly found the old bishop and explained the situation to him. The old bishop immediately set up a divination array and began to divine Undine's whereabouts. The result of the divination had been interfered with to a certain extent, so it was impossible to determine her exact location. It could only be deduced that she was currently in the northwest direction of Mia's cathedral. This basically meant that there was no result. When there is no result from the divination, the only thing I can rely on is my intelligence, Reynolds said. He then went to the subordinate and asked for help to find Undine. Considering that Reynolds was a trustworthy partner and Undine's immediate superior, Lieutenant Colonel Jerry agreed to Reynolds's request. He even assigned a few people to Reynolds to command. Let's go to the village and have a look first, Reynolds said. He immediately rode on Amia and rushed to the village called Little Mountain Village with a few sheriffs. He first used divine insight to look into the distance, but he didn't see the familiar green aura. After entering the village, he activated the divine lie detection spell and asked the villagers a few questions. In the end, they really didn't see a beautiful sheriff. Who reported it? Reynolds had to look for clues in another direction. An anonymous letter, the other party answered. You believe an anonymous letter? Reynolds was very confused. Why not? We don't usually receive such anonymous letters. The few times we did, they provided very effective clues. Who knew that this time? The other party answered helplessly. Reynolds could not help but be stunned. 9th Division, where Undine was mainly responsible for the investigation of murder cases. They were not responsible for cults, so naturally, they would not receive anonymous letters reporting cults. However, in the past few years, they had successfully dealt with a few cases involving cults, all thanks to Reynolds's help. Other than providing some clues and ideas on the surface, Reynolds would also write anonymous letters when it was inconvenient to say it out loud. Therefore, the anonymous letters that 9th Division had received about cults should have been written by Reynolds. It made the sheriffs habitually believe in the reliability of anonymous letters. This was really awkward. In the end, Reynolds could only suggest, there are a few more villages along the way. Let's go and ask again. Therefore, they went to the other villages without hesitation, but still found nothing. These dozen or so people had mysteriously disappeared without leaving a single trace behind. Not only did they not find them, but they also received a lot of reports, and they were all trivial matters. What domestic violence? What unfilial children? What whose sheep ate whose wheat? Who could care about such things? However, among them, there was an old granny who cried and begged Reynolds and the others to help find her grandson who had been missing for a few days. My poor grandson was originally going to Sinless City to sell some potatoes, but he didn't come back on time. I've waited for a few days and asked for help, but there's no news. He must be locked up somewhere in the city. Please, help me find him. I can't live without him. The sheriffs had long been annoyed by the trivial matters of the other villagers. Of course, they did not want to care about such trivial matters. They could only reject as tactfully as possible. Although we sympathize with your experience, we are not responsible for cases like missing persons. But Reynolds, who was beside him, suddenly interrupted. Granny, do you have any of his belongings? Clothes, jewelry, tools for daily work, and so on. Chapter 543. When the old woman saw that the young cleric was willing to help, she was overjoyed. She thanked him profusely before hurrying back home to retrieve her belongings and hand them over to Reynolds. The other sheriffs could not help but have some complaints about Reynolds's actions. Pastor Reynolds, we're already at a time like this. Let's not cause any more trouble. This old woman's grandson has been missing for a few days now. I don't think it has anything to do with this incident. What he said was the truth. Missing persons cases were common in a place like the Sinless City. Not long ago, there was a mysterious incident in the neighboring town of York where an entire town disappeared. Although the Sinless City appeared to be prosperous on the surface, there was always an undercurrent that never stopped. No one could control it, and criminals like the Skullcrusher were still on the loose. Various countries, sects, and forces regarded the Sinless City as a hot steamed bun where every inch of land was fought over. Even undead creatures like the Lick had always coveted the city and wanted to get a piece of it. No one could clearly explain why the Sinless City was so popular. Perhaps only the gods knew the reason. In short, the sheriffs hoped that Reynolds would not be distracted by trivial matters. There was nothing wrong with that. However, Reynolds had his own insistence. I have a premonition that these two matters are somehow related. There is only one truth. We can't give up on any clues. If it's possible, can you ask around if there are any other missing persons cases here? Although the sheriffs felt that Reynolds was being overly sensitive, their superior had ordered them to listen to Reynolds's arrangements. So, they could only bite the bullet and continue to ask around. In the end, they found out that there were more than 20 people who had gone missing in this village in the past 3 months. The number was even more than the number of followers of Mia's cult. They also heard that there were people who had gone missing in the neighboring villages as well. If they were to add up the number of missing persons, it would be at least 100. However, these people did not go missing all at once. They went missing one after another at different intervals. There was no fixed pattern. So, it did not attract much attention and was treated as an accident. After all, these villages weren't too far from the Empire's borders, and from time to time, there would be foreign races, bandits, evil cults, and so on. They were also relatively close to the ruins and wastelands, and they would occasionally be attacked by ferocious beasts, magical beasts, and even all kinds of magical creatures. Therefore, it wasn't rare for people to go missing occasionally. However, more than 20 people had gone missing in half a year. This number was enough to raise alarm. Even the sheriffs were aware of this. They even suspected that the anonymous letter was sent by a relative of one of the missing people. He might have realized that something was wrong earlier and associated it with a cult. After all, cults were the most common cause of missing people, and it was common for entire villages to believe in cults. This person was probably afraid of being discovered and retaliated against by the cults, so he chose to send an anonymous letter. Reynolds hurriedly ordered his men to retrieve the belongings of the missing people. Then, he hurried back to Mia's church with the sheriffs and asked the old bishop for help. With the personal belongings of the divination target, the accuracy of the divination would greatly increase. The old bishop immediately busied himself. However, the divination was still disrupted. Looks like this case is really unusual. I even used my personal belongings to help with the divination, but in the end, there was still interference. But in the end, the range was slightly reduced. The old bishop looked at the circle of petals on the map that had shrunk slightly. Then, he began to divine the next missing person's whereabouts. He divined 12 times in one go, and finally, the circle of petals was reduced to a barely acceptable range. It was a forest located northwest of the city. It was a little far from the original destination, the village. It was close to a mountain range called the Serpentine Mountains. Beyond this mountain range was the mysterious and dangerous wasteland known as the Abandoned Ruins of the Gods. The road from the Sinless City to the village basically extended along the periphery of this forest. So, it looks like some dangerous monster from the wasteland came to this forest and lurked there to attack passers-by. But it doesn't have a big appetite. It only attacks a few people each time, so it didn't attract much attention. Lieutenant Undine must have noticed that something was wrong, so she led her men to seek death. Reynolds roughly guessed the whole story and said, "That's right. Anyway, we'll know when we get there." He immediately prepared to move. The old bishop hurriedly exhorted. "Although I don't know what kind of method it used, it can even interfere with my divination. It must be very dangerous. You must be careful. And this trip is mainly to find and save people. We need more help. Don't act alone. Bring those sheriffs with you. If you need to make a move, try to be as low-key and secretive as possible." Reynolds naturally nodded and agreed. He hurriedly called the sheriffs and set off again. It was almost dusk. Everyone had been busy since early morning. Reynolds was fine, but the others were already very tired. Now, they still had to risk entering a dangerous forest at night, but in order to save the lives of their colleagues, no one complained, and no one was afraid to decline. The sheriffs of the 9 sections were indeed different from other sheriffs. So, the group spent a few more hours. When it was close to dawn, they arrived at the area marked by the old bishop. This was already deep in the forest. Other than Reynolds's donkey, the horses of the others could not enter at all. The surroundings were dead silent. Even the sound of insects could not be heard. The sky was not good tonight. There was no moon in the sky. They only relied on the weak light provided by the torches. It was eerie and terrifying. If ordinary people came to such a place, they would probably be too scared to walk. But these sheriffs were not afraid at all. In their hearts, they were looking forward to some powerful magical creature that would appear and fight it for 300 rounds. At the same time, they did not feel tired. Instead, they felt full of energy and wanted to run wildly in the forest. They even had the energy to call out Undine's name loudly. "Lieutenant! Lieutenant, are you there? Lieutenant, come out quickly. We won't laugh at you for not having a boyfriend anymore. Lieutenant, marry me. If you don't agree, I'll take it that you agree. Of course, this was all thanks to the divine arts. The level 3 divine arts of the protection system, durability and fanaticism. Reynolds actually wanted to use the brave prayer and brave hymn that could not be used without permission, but the old bishop said to keep a low profile, so he could only regretfully choose these simple divine arts. Chapter 544. Although Reynolds had used a very simple protective theurgy to help the sheriffs maintain their stamina and courage, it more or less made them a little inexplicably excited, and the words they said became more and more strange. First Lieutenant, come out. Pastor Reynolds is here to pick you up. We all know that you actually like him. First Lieutenant, Cranium Crusher is here. We all know that you've been wanting to F***ck him for a long time. Come out. I feel so hot. I want to take off my clothes. At first, Reynolds thought that it was the influence of the theurgy, which gave them the courage to say something that they usually wouldn't dare to say. But the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. These sheriffs became more and more excited, and they began to blabber all kinds of nonsense. Everyone, I've been wanting to tell you for a long time that I actually like men more, and I've always had a crush on Lieutenant Colonel Jerry. What's so good about men? I'm afraid you don't know the beauty of sheep and camels. Why is my daughter my biological daughter? This was obviously not right. Reynolds did not care about keeping a low profile. He quickly lit up a ball of sacred flame in his palm and held it up high to illuminate the surroundings. Only then did he realize that he was unknowingly shrouded in a layer of faint white mist. The sheriff's eyes were red, and they began to run around like headless flies. There was obviously something wrong with the mist. Further away, the trees shrouded in darkness were like monsters baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, ready to make a move. These trees were literally baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were really moving on their own. The sheriffs who were running around ran into the trees and were immediately entangled by the branches. They did not even have time to scream before they disappeared into the darkness. They disappeared one by one, and soon, only Reynolds and Amia were left. They were completely surrounded by the moving trees. The trees gradually shrank the encirclement, but they did not dare to attack Reynolds. They seemed to be afraid of the sacred flame, and they did not even dare to expose themselves to the light of the sacred flame. They still hid in the shadows in the distance. However, they did not run away, as if they were unwilling to give up on the fat meat in front of them. Amia, Reynolds whispered an order. The marionette's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a deep dark red light. Her body was completely upright, and she walked toward the surrounding trees. The trees were not interested in the lifeless marionette. They stood still as if they had turned back into ordinary trees. However, Amia was not going to let them go. She grabbed one of them, pulled it out by the roots, and threw it to Reynolds. The tree let out a hoarse cry, and then it really stopped moving. Reynolds squatted beside the tree and pulled. He peeled off its bark. He did not find anything that was different from ordinary trees. As for the other trees, even after witnessing the tragic death of their companions, they still did not have any reaction. They were still standing where they were, as if they had not come back to life. Looks like it's not a problem with the trees, but something that's affecting them. They don't seem. As Reynolds spoke, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Amia, don't pull it out. Stay where you are. Reynolds did not resist. He was carried by the trees all the way into the depths of the forest. Without the illumination of the sacred flames, the trees began to run freely in the forest, running faster than dogs. Soon, Reynolds was brought to a canyon. This place was lush, and there were many plants moving about. Some trees waved their branches as if they were dancing. There were also some nameless wildflowers that were constantly spraying pollen into the air. There were also some weeds that were constantly twisting, emitting a faint mist. The sheriffs who had been captured earlier had all fallen unconscious and were thrown into cages made of vines. Undine, who Reynolds was looking for, was also trapped in a cage made of vines. She was also unconscious. Her eyes were tightly shut and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, indicating that she was still alive. Her limbs were tightly bound by the vines in the cage, causing her impressive figure to be curvaceous. The black silk stockings on her legs were also torn open, revealing her fair and delicate skin. These vines were still secreting mucus that was slowly corroding her clothes. In some of the empty vine cages beside her, she could still see the skeletons of humans and animals. These cannibalistic vine cages had vines growing out from the top and intertwining with each other. Finally, they formed a structure similar to a table in the middle. In the middle of the table, there was a stone that was faintly glowing. "What the hell is this?" Reynolds could not help but grumble when he saw the situation. He then began to struggle free from the vines. The vines sensed that their prey was trying to escape. They quickly tightened their vines and bound Reynolds tightly. "You forced me to do this," Reynolds grumbled in a low voice and reignited the holy flame in his palm. Just a rank 4 sacred flame was enough to ignite the demonic tree and turn it into ashes in an instant. "You didn't expect this, did you? This is my attack route." Reynolds jumped down from the tree. Without hesitation, he activated the rank 6 holy flame, the flame of cleansing. "My pain is greater than yours. My pain is greater than yours. My pain is greater than yours." He kept repeating the prayer. Every time he repeated a line, his gaze would change places. The areas that his gaze swept over were immediately ignited by the holy flame, reducing the evil plants to ashes. This was the power of the rank 6 holy flame. Its accuracy was the highest among all holy flame divine arts. It was very suitable for situations that required precise control to prevent the holy flame from accidentally injuring the sheriffs. The plants that were originally moving lost their vitality when they were illuminated by the holy flame. They obediently waited for death without any resistance. Soon, other than the strange stone, all the plants in the surroundings were burned to ashes. As for the stone, Reynolds had also used his holy flame to burn it, but even with the might of a 6th-order holy flame, it was unable to damage it in the slightest. Only the originally faint green light had turned white, looking incomparably holy. "What the hell is this thing?" Reynolds muttered in a low voice as he studied the strange stone in his hand. Chapter 545. This strange stone had edges and corners, like a round sea urchin. It should have been completely transparent inside, the kind that was crystal clear, but at this time, it was emitting bursts of holy white light, looking like a shining light bulb. "Why do I feel that this matter is revealing something strange everywhere? What's going on with this stone? Who put it here? Why did those plants become cannibals? If Lieutenant Undine did not accidentally come here, who knows how many people would have died?" Reynolds muttered softly, and cast a ritual to comfort the dead, wanting to send the dead to sleep. The divine spell took effect, but no soul shadow appeared. This situation was a little unusual. Their souls have dissipated. Reynolds muttered to himself suspiciously. Normally, the souls of humans who died unnatural deaths such as murders or disasters would linger on the spot. Unless they were comforted by divine spells, they would not be able to sleep. And if they encountered some special circumstances, they might even turn into vengeful spirits, which was very dangerous. "Forget it, let's go back and discuss with the old bishop. Let's go see Lieutenant Undine first," Reynolds said as he put away the stone and went to check on Undine's condition. Lieutenant, are you okay?" Undine did not seem to be injured, only the clothes and stockings on her body were a little damaged, and they were covered in sticky liquid. "This liquid seems to be corrosive." Reynolds used his hand to pinch some of the sticky liquid on Undine's body, and said with a serious expression. He quickly cast a few simple divine spells to clean clothes on Undine's body. However, these simple divine spells to clean stains were ineffective against the sticky liquid. Undine still did not wake up. "We can only wash it with water. I remember, when we came here, there seemed to be a small waterfall at the entrance of the canyon," Reynolds said as he carried Undine on his shoulder like carrying a pig, and went out of the canyon. There was indeed a small waterfall here, and there was a pool under it. Reynolds took Undine's booted feet in both of his hands and dipped her upside down into the pool. "Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle," Undine spat out bubbles in the water quickly. Reynolds quickly lifted her out and immersed her in again. This repeated 3 times, and finally washed off the sticky liquid on her body. However, the sheriff's uniform, which was originally very tight, was also completely wet. It clung tightly to her body, precisely outlining her enchanting curves. But even after being tortured like this, Undine still did not wake up. "Lieutenant, Lieutenant, wake up." Reynolds held Undine's shoulder and shook her hard, shaking the 3 balls on her body, and the water droplets on her body splashed everywhere. Undine still did not respond, and Reynolds had to hold her in his arms and pinched her philtrum. It could not be helped. Although Reynolds was a skilled priest, he did not know healing divine spells, and those divine spells that could excite one's spirit was ineffective on unconscious targets. Why don't I know the healing divine spells? This was the first time Reynolds felt the inconvenience of not being able to use healing magic. After being tormented like this, the wet Undine's eyes trembled slightly, and she barely regained a bit of consciousness. She half opened her eyes and saw a blurry figure hugging her. Because she had inhaled the hallucinogenic gas from the wild flowers around her, her mind was still in a muddled state. She actually vaguely felt that the person in front of her was the cranium crusher that she had coveted for a long time. "He came to save me. You came all the way here to save me." A strange thought popped up in Undine's mind, but she immediately heard the person's familiar voice say with concern, "Wow! Lieutenant, you're finally awake?" As her vision gradually recovered, Undine gradually saw the person's face. It was not the cranium crusher, but Priest Reynolds. But she did not feel disappointed. Instead, she was a little happy, and at the same time, felt at ease. In her blurry vision, the usually humble, kind, and cheerful Reynolds merged perfectly with the mysterious, powerful, melancholic, and elegant cranium crusher in her imagination. Reynolds disguised himself as the cranium crusher to save me. Her mind began to wander again. So gentle, this Reynolds is so good, I like it. As she thought, she forcefully stretched out her soft arm and wrapped it around Reynolds's neck, while her other hand reached for her skirt. At the same time, she half closed her seductive eyes and opened her lips slightly. She tried her best to support her weak body, mustered her courage, and put her face close to Reynolds. Unfortunately, in the next second, she suddenly felt a pain at the back of her head and fainted again. "Lieutenant Undine, what's wrong? Why does it look like you want to bite me? It seems that the hallucinogenic effect of these gases is very strong. I'm afraid I'm like a delicious baked potato in the lieutenant's eyes. What should I do next?" Reynolds said helplessly. He temporarily let go of Undine and looked at the other sheriffs who were still lying on the ground. He scratched his head in embarrassment. The next morning, Undine was forcefully awakened by a hot feeling in her body. She gradually regained consciousness and felt that she had caught a cold. She was running a fever, her whole body was sore and weak, and she was very thirsty. She hurriedly opened her eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. She was covered with a soft blanket and was tightly wrapped up like a silkworm. Undine turned her head slightly and saw Reynolds's familiar face. He was sleeping soundly. What exactly happened? Undine hurriedly flipped through her memories and found that many of them had become blurry. She only remembered that she had set out to a certain village. Along the way, she encountered an accident and was taken away by monsters. After that, her consciousness was very blurry. She could not remember where she was taken or what the monsters had done. However, she clearly remembered that she was saved by a rather attractive young man. She was gently hugged in his arms and gently woken up. As a result, her heart was in a mess for a moment and she did some disgraceful and shameless actions. Did Reynolds save me? And I wasn't very clear-headed at that time, so I had that kind of relationship with him. What should I do? Sob, I can't get married now, I can only. Will Reynolds take responsibility? Will he accept a woman like me who doesn't know how to behave? He should. Probably. He's so gentle and kind, he'll definitely take responsibility, right? Then, what should I name the baby in the future? Should he follow me as a sheriff in the future? Or should he follow Reynolds as a priest? A series of strange thoughts popped up in Undine's mind. Her pretty face was flushed, partly because of shyness and partly because of the fever. Chapter 546. Because she had just recovered from the hallucinogenic gas and had a fever, Undine's mind was in a mess. All kinds of strange thoughts came out one after another. Reynolds's church is so small and poor. My father might not like him. What should I do? I still have some savings on hand. I can lend them to Reynolds to invest in a small business and then find a way to introduce him to some decent people. If he works a little harder, he should be able to barely meet my father's needs, right? After all, Reynolds is a priest and is quite powerful. He can help treat illnesses. In the future, my family won't have to go to the church when they're sick. My father should be able to accept it too. Then, there's no problem. If I give birth to a girl in the future, I'll let her follow me and raise her into an elegant lady. If it's a boy, I'll let him follow Reynolds and become a priest. No, it's best if it's a boy and a girl. I'm still young, I can still do it. Undine continued to let her imagination run wild. She began to imagine herself wearing a white wedding dress and kissing Reynolds in the church. Then, the two of them each held 2 babies and the family strolled under the afterglow of the setting sun. In the end, she even thought about who she should invite to her child's wedding. However, as her consciousness gradually recovered, she gradually woke up and realized that something was wrong. I'm still wearing the clothes on my body. And I don't feel that kind of feeling, just a terrible headache. More importantly, although Reynolds is sleeping next to me, he's sleeping on the bed. Why am I sleeping on the hard floor? Why am I sleeping on the floor? At this moment, Undine finally woke up completely and realized that things didn't seem to be what she had imagined. Why did I have that kind of thought before? She quickly covered her delicate face with both hands. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to kill herself in front of Reynolds. However, when she thought about it carefully, the images that she had just outlined in her mind were always irresistible. I'm really a bad woman who doesn't know how to behave. I only need cranium crusher, but Reynolds is also so outstanding, and he's so stupid and doesn't know how to refuse. He's always submissive, which makes me worry. If I don't take care of him, he'll definitely be bullied in the future and his feelings will be deceived by bad women. What should I do? Just when Undine was in a dilemma, Reynolds, who was on the bed, seemed to have heard something and suddenly woke up. He was exhausted last night. First, he called Amia and asked her to find some strong branches nearby to weave an oversized stretcher. Then, he threw the remaining 20 or so sheriffs who were still alive into the pool one by one to wash off the corrosive mucus on their bodies. In the end, he and Amia tied the 20 people to stretchers and dragged them out of the forest. They found a hotel in a nearby village and settled them down temporarily. After doing all this, it was almost dawn. Reynolds finally fell asleep. He could only make up a random excuse to confess to the goddess. Lady MIA, I'm really tired today. I don't feel like apologizing anymore. Please forgive me. In the end, they didn't sleep for long before they were woken up by Undine's movements. Seeing that he suddenly woke up, Undine hurriedly covered half of her face with the blanket, only revealing a pair of wine-red eyes. Her eyes moved and blinked as she looked at him. Lieutenant Undine's eyes are really beautiful, Reynolds thought in a daze. But still, I think dazed eyes are prettier. As he thought about it, he wanted to sleep again. However, he heard Undine mumbling under the blanket. Reynolds, I'm sick. I'm so thirsty. Only then did Reynolds remember that he had something important to do. He couldn't sleep anymore. He quickly shook his head and forced himself to wake up. I don't know how to treat illnesses. I can only go back to the city to look for the old bishop. I'll go get you some water first. As he said that, he crawled out from under the blanket, revealing his naked upper body. Undine's heart raced at the sight of his strong and smooth muscles and his neat 8-pack abs. Her mind started to wander again. So he has such a great body, why didn't he let me see it before? Soon, Reynolds went to get some water and handed it to Undine. Reynolds. My body is weak. I don't have any strength, Undine said coquettishly. She blinked her big eyes hard and looked at Reynolds expectantly, hoping that he would feed her some water. He could feed her with his hands. If he insisted on feeding her with his mouth, it wasn't impossible. Unfortunately, Reynolds was a priest. Although he didn't know how to treat illnesses, he still knew how to make people stronger. So he flipped his hand and threw a set of durability and frenzy theurgy combination on Undine. He then handed the cup over and continued. Now you have strength, right? Undine really felt an inexplicable power gushing out of her body. Her heart also felt a surge of excitement, making her want to suddenly jump up and push Reynolds down. Then, she would pounce on him and take a few bites to her heart's content, but fortunately, she was still conscious and could still control the desire and impulse in her heart. I'm really a shameless pervert, she scolded herself in her heart again and quickly crawled out from under the blanket. In the end, she realized that in this small room, there were actually several colleagues lying in a mess. Reynolds rescued more than 20 sheriffs from the inside. In order to save money, he only booked 4 rooms in the hotel. He could only make do with it. But fortunately, because Reynolds arrived in time, they didn't suffer any injuries. They just had a fever and a cold at the same time. It was now late autumn. The weather was already quite cold, not to mention the forest at night. Plus, they were thrown into a cold pool. No matter how strong a person's body was, they couldn't withstand such torture. Fortunately, after Reynolds threw the theurgy on them one by one, although they were a little dizzy and uncomfortable, they could still move on their own. So the group borrowed a few ox carts from the villagers and slowly returned to Sinless City. Along the way, they were also discussing the incident. It turned out that Undine and the dozen or so people noticed something in the forest on the way and sent people to check it out. But in the end, they were all gone. Undine had no choice but to let more people check it out. In the end, she even took the risk to enter the forest to check it out. In the end, they were all wiped out. And they didn't remember what attacked them, nor did they remember what happened after that. They didn't even know that they had walked through the gates of hell. It seemed that the gas not only caused hallucinations, but it also affected memory. You guys are like the Calabash brothers saving your grandfather, Reynolds couldn't help but criticize at the side. Chapter 547. The sheriffs discussed their experience and thanked Reynolds one after another. Although their consciousness was very blurry at the time, they still remembered some of it and knew that Reynolds had saved everyone. Of course, there were some who were curious about what happened after that and asked Reynolds what happened after they fainted. Reynolds answered honestly, there were a bunch of dangerous man-eating plants in the forest. I burned them all to save you. Burned them? The sheriffs were stunned for a moment. Compared to the man-eating plants, their professional habits led them to be more concerned about the word arson. Although there were magic and theurgy in this world, once a mountain fire started, it would still be very dangerous. This was an absolute felony. He was going to be thrown into jail, tortured, and beaten. They thought that Reynolds had used normal fire to burn the plants. Fortunately, it did not cause a worse situation. Otherwise, the sorcerers would ask for a sky-high price again. Of course, even if a forest fire was started, no one would think of arresting Reynolds. They all swore to keep his secret. As for Undine, she didn't seem to be in a good mood. She curled up in a corner of the car and hugged her legs that were only left with a pair of torn stockings. She lowered her head and rested her chin on her knees. The expression on her face changed frequently. Sometimes it was shy, sometimes it was angry, sometimes it was ashamed, but it was always red. Who knew what kind of nonsense he was thinking about again? The group rode the cart back to Sinless City and went to Mia's church to ask the old bishop to treat their cold and fever. Although the old bishop did not refuse, treating 20 people in one go exhausted him and made him breathless. He was dizzy and could barely stand. Seeing this, the sheriffs also felt a little embarrassed. They quickly pooled the money they had and stuffed it into the tribute box. When they left, Undine was the last to leave. She stared at Reynolds eagerly, blinking her big eyes non-stop. She looked at him and stammered, "Brother Reynolds, I'm sorry. I have to go. I have to report the situation. Don't worry. You saved us. We won't tell anyone about the fire. If you have time." Undine was suddenly at a loss for words. Her face turned red for the umpteenth time. Finally, she managed to squeeze out a sentence. "If you have time, you can come to our place and report what happened last night." With that, she left with her head hung low. Reynolds watched her leave and asked suspiciously, What's the matter? Lieutenant Undine doesn't seem to be doing well. She seems to be very sick. Your theurgy didn't work. How is that possible? I'm very good at healing theurgy. The old bishop said confidently. His face was not red and he was not out of breath. He did not look as tired as before. But why does she look so down? Reynolds asked curiously. If you had asked her out for a meal, she would have been in a better mood. The old bishop replied meaningfully. Oh, I see. She must be hungry. Come to think of it, she hasn't eaten anything since she was caught by those plants. I should have baked a potato for her. Alas, I'm still not attentive enough. After Reynolds finished speaking, he reflected on himself a little in his heart. Sigh. The old bishop sighed helplessly and changed the topic. What happened last night? Reynolds told him what had happened and took out the strange stone that looked like a sea urchin from his bosom. Anyway, it's very strange. Those plants are quite dangerous. After all, they eat people and can spit out hallucinogenic gas. They can make people lose their minds and talk nonsense. They even want to bite people, Renaud said with a lingering fear. He then added, that's right. But other than eating people, they don't have any intelligence. They are also very afraid of the holy flame. Are all plants afraid of fire? Well, they might not be afraid of the holy flame. The old bishop said hesitantly. He looked at the stone carefully and then went back to his room. He found a few books and notes and flipped through them for a long time. Reynolds waited for him to flip through the information while he made all kinds of guesses. This should be the work of those cultists, right? Only they would do something as crazy as cannibalism. Of course, it could also be the work of those sinister and vicious sorcerers. They can do such things too. They must be trying to cultivate an army of man-eating plants and then attack the sinless city. They will eat everyone in the city, not even sparing the kittens. Of course, the sinless city's defense is very tight. They could also attack other cities and turn the whole country into a man-eating botanical garden. Then they would surround the sinless city. In the end, the sinless city is the last fortress left. The remaining humans are struggling at death's door and can only eat potatoes every day. Why are these people so evil and vicious? How can we, the kind-hearted people, live peacefully? The old bishop did not answer. Instead, it was the kittens that were frightened. They quickly rubbed themselves against Reynolds's feet and meowed. Don't worry. With me, Reynolds, around, even if I have to risk my life, I will not let them succeed. Reynolds said solemnly. He then lowered his head and said to the kittens, you have to work hard. So, all of you have to work hard too. Grow up quickly and protect our city with me in the future. When the old bishop heard this, he finally could not help but ask, what did you do when you were in your hometown? A priest. A very powerful one. Every day, I fought against an evil organization called Blizzard to protect world peace. I also had to fight with sorcerers for equipment. That's why I hate sorcerers the most. Renaud answered, and then asked, what's the matter? Didn't I tell you this before? No, I think you might have been a screenwriter back then. The old bishop casually ridiculed and returned to the main topic. This matter, we can basically confirm that it was not man-made. This stone is not an ordinary item. It has an extremely high status. My divination was interfered with by it. Why would someone casually leave such an important item in the wild without anyone guarding it? Even if there was some evil conspiracy, no one would take the initiative to provoke the sheriff. Wouldn't that expose themselves and arouse vigilance? When Reynolds heard this, he hurriedly asked, it was not man-made. Then it was naturally formed. That's right. This is really a rare natural phenomenon. The books call it spiritualization. Chapter 548. The old bishop then explained to Reynolds about this spiritualization. Simply put, it was a unique item that suddenly gained some thoughts and instincts, awakening some special abilities, which then led to some mysterious and supernatural events. Unlike the intelligent and human-like holy beasts reared by the church, or the obedient demonic spirits cultivated by mags, these were all living creatures that were cultivated by humans, and were not the same as what the books said. Like this time, for example, this stone must have suddenly wanted to live like a human, so it thought of ways to control the plants around it to eat humans. If it ate more humans, perhaps it would really become a spoiled brat. Of course, it could also become a vegetable. This was not a groundless rumor. According to the books, magical creatures like stone spirits, clay men, ooze monsters, and even cavemen like Sarket the blacksmith were likely evolved from some phenomenon of spiritualization in ancient times. Apart from these ancient legends, the books also recorded a few incidents of spiritualization long ago, which led to all sorts of strange things. Unfortunately, these incidents were too rare, and it was difficult for people to conclude the pattern. Of course, there was no way to prevent or control it, and even the items that caused spiritualization could not be used, and could only be treated as rare and precious collectibles. It was said that there was one in the imperial treasury, and it had once made all the animals and plants in an area speak, cursing and swearing at the local residents and researchers every day. And their foul language actually carried a certain degree of cursing power, and those who were cursed by them would really meet with misfortune and be in great danger. In the end, the Empire had still invited a legendary mage to raze the area to the ground, using violence to forcefully stop the mutation. As for the specific cause of spiritualization, it had always been a mystery, and people could only speculate. Some thought it was the work of the gods, others that it was the embodiment of nature's will, and some even speculated that it was some otherworldly visitor. Then, what should we do with this stone? Reynolds could not help but ask when he heard the last part. What can we do? It's not easy to sell it, and we can't use it. Let's sacrifice it to the goddess. Reynolds thought about it and nodded. This kind of useless but rare item was the best gift for the goddess. Furthermore, this stone was very precious, so there was no need to add any other offerings. Thus, the two of them hurriedly arranged a sacrificial ceremony and placed the stone on top of the altar. Then, they knelt to the side and prayed silently. Renaud was still saying in his mind, "Lady Mia, I've found a beautiful stone for you." After a while, the altar emitted a burst of light and the stone disappeared. But after a while, the altar lit up again, and then there was a necklace on it. Reynolds hurriedly went over and picked up the necklace. The necklace looked very plain and unremarkable. The pendant looked similar to the stone. It also looked like a round sea urchin, but it was grey and had a texture similar to a normal stone. Overall, the appearance of this necklace did not look like a divine artifact given by the goddess at all. Instead, it looked like a street stall that could be seen everywhere. However, this was very much in line with the teachings of the church. As for its specific use, it automatically appeared in Reynolds's mind. This necklace can change its size. As Reynolds spoke, he gave it a try. The necklace rapidly expanded in his hand and looked like a meteor hammer. The sea urchin pendant hanging from the necklace was covered with sharp spikes. It looked extraordinarily powerful and could probably smash someone's head with a casual swing of the pendant. If he added a grip, he could easily modify it into a flail, and it would be easier to wield. As for the chain on top, he could control it at will, and it could extend a long distance. It could be used as a long-range weapon. This is great. That's the weapon I've been dreaming of. It's so much more convenient than a staff, Reynolds said excitedly. In addition to its transformation, the necklace could also carry divine spells. Although it could not replicate divine spells like the blessed hammer, it could optimize some of the spells that were not very convenient to use, making them more convenient. For example, if he used the hammer of sanctions, he could combine it into the meteor hammer of sanctions. Or if he used the funeral flower, he could combine it into the meteor hammer of mourning, which was naturally unstoppable and indestructible. The biggest optimization was no doubt that when combined with the heavenly punishment sacred sword, it would become the heavenly punishment meteor hammer. This allowed Reynolds to directly throw the meteor hammer from afar, and he would no longer need to use it as a sword. The goddess gave me another hammer. As expected, Lady Mia knows me well. Strictly speaking, this hammer was not as powerful as the small wooden hammer, but Reynolds was very satisfied with it. The old bishop muttered helplessly, "A gift from the goddess is not a good sign. It's not a good sign for a god to bestow a weapon. It usually means, of course, Maybe Lady MIA just wants him to stop using the small wooden hammer to hit people in the future. No, 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 I shouldn't have guessed the goddess' intentions. Please forgive me, but he could not help but imagine Reynolds's style in the future. A small wooden hammer in his left hand and a meteor hammer in his right. This is really, fortunately, I go to bed early at night. In the end, Reynolds thanked the goddess with satisfaction and turned the hammer back into a necklace and wore it around his neck. Then, he did not have time to rest and hurriedly rushed to the weapon shop of the Shining Sword. He wanted to prepare a handle for the hammer so that it could be used as a flail. Reynolds found the shop owner and the blacksmith, Shaquette, and told them about his requirements for the size and shape of the hammer. The handle had to be long, with a groove at the top to make it easier to assemble. The end of the handle had to be spiked so that the handle could be used as a spear. At the same time, it had to be foldable so that it could be carried around and pinned to the waist. However, in order to not be hurt by the spikes at the end, it would be best to make the spikes spring out. It would only pop out when a button was pressed. This way, not only could it protect the wearer, but it could also surprise the enemy. The appearance of the hammer had to be low-key to conform to the doctrine. As for the material, it did not matter. After all, he would have to enchant it with theurgy when the time came. Of course, for the sake of keeping it low-key and secretive, Reynolds did not tell them the specific purpose of these requirements. He also did not tell them what the use of the hammer was. He just made a simple request. This puzzled the shop owner and the blacksmith. They could not help but ask, if you want to make it, it's not difficult. But we're really curious about what you intend to do with it. Exercise. Reynolds answered casually. Chapter 549. Since Reynolds said that he made this strange thing to exercise his body, the shop owner and the blacksmith did not ask any more questions. They just gave Reynolds some suggestions from a more professional point of view. For example, instead of designing it to be foldable, it should be designed into two sections that could be assembled together. This way, the length would still meet the requirements, and it would be more durable. It would also be easier to carry after disassembling. Reynolds thought about it and felt that this suggestion was more reliable than his own idea. After disassembling it into two sections, he could hide it in his sleeves. After all, whether it was a priest's robe during the day or a black robe with red clouds at night, the sleeves were long enough to hide it. In fact, Reynolds used to feel that the sleeves were too long, and sometimes it was inconvenient. However, after wearing it for a long time, he gradually got used to it. He also thought about whether he could use the long sleeves to hide some hidden weapons such as throwing knives. However, the church was too poor to buy any hidden weapons, so he was forced to give up the idea. But now, he could ask the blacksmith to make it heavier and then put it in his sleeves. It could be used as a weight for exercise, and when necessary, he could directly wave the sleeves to hit someone. When the sleeves hit someone's face, the person's nose would bleed and his face would be bruised and swollen. Just thinking about it made him feel good. As a clergyman, he had to be good at fighting with his sleeves. And when necessary, the two separated grips could be used as two weapons, just like a dual-wielding berserker. As expected of a professional's design, Reynolds sighed in his heart and decided on the design. The construction would take about a week, so the cost was naturally waived. However, Reynolds did not want to take advantage of the shop owner, so he helped the shop to add a batch of weapons that were not part of the work plan. The shop owner was so happy that he even treated Reynolds to a big lunch at noon. Just like that, Reynolds went back to Mia's church alone after eating and drinking. He was thinking about what to do in the afternoon. Should he read books and practice? Or should he take the kittens to exercise? Teach Amia to weave animals with grass? Or could he go play with Days? Suddenly, a strange idea popped up in his mind, and he was shocked by it. I've been getting lazier and lazier recently. I actually want to play. What's wrong with me? Have I been corrupted by the comfortable life? Moreover, Dai should be very busy. She will definitely be unhappy if I disturb her. That's why I should practice the divine arts in the afternoon. I'll try to optimize the divine arts and see how they work with my new meteor hammer. Reynolds made his decision. But before he started cultivating, there was one more important thing to do, and that was to give his new meteor hammer necklace a name. Let's call it Mia's power. This means that it is a power bestowed by the goddess. In the name of the goddess, I will slay demons and exterminate evil. Hearing this, the old bishop could not help but be stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at the blurry statue of the goddess. Is this why you gave me this weapon? Could it be? Many dangerous thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. Fortunately, he immediately realized that this was a disrespectful act, so he hurriedly threw those thoughts to the back of his mind, and knelt in front of the statue of the goddess, sincerely repenting his sins. Seeing this, Reynolds did not find it strange. He thought that the old bishop was thanking the goddess on his behalf. Then, he went to the library, ready to read some books. Although they had moved to the new church, the library was still habitually placed in the dark basement. This was Reynolds's strange insistence. He had already gotten used to reading alone in this enclosed and dark environment. It was very quiet and would not be disturbed. It was easy for him to calm down. As for the lighting, he did not have to worry about it. A sacred flame could illuminate the place incomparably bright, and it would not hurt his eyes. He had been reading like this for the whole afternoon, and there were some ideas in his mind to modify the divine arts, but they were very vague and he had not figured out the specific direction yet. After hearing the old bishop call him to eat, Reynolds closed the old book in front of him and sighed regretfully. Sigh. It's really too troublesome to modify a level 7 divine art, and the key is that I have no idea, my talent is still too poor. If I could be like Senior, I would definitely be able to modify a divine art that is more suitable for the meteor hammer. With that, he went out for dinner, and the plan for the evening was to take the kittens to exercise together. But just as he sat down, he suddenly stood up, as if there was a nail in the chair. Reynolds quickly walked to the window and looked up at the gradually darkening sky. The old bishop was a little puzzled at first, but just as he was about to ask, he immediately realized something and walked to Reynolds's side, looking up at the sky with him. Both of them felt a strong pressure from the sky, which meant that some terrifying existence was approaching the sinless city. The evil god has descended? Reynolds asked in surprise. No, this is the dragon's aura. The old bishop shook his head, and then muttered, why would the dragon race suddenly visit the sinless city? What is attracting them here? Of course, the dragon race existed in this world, and they were the more classic dragons, not the strange creatures that looked like cows, birds, or cats. They were mysterious and powerful, and they were far away from the mortal world. No one knew where they hid in seclusion, and they had always maintained a detached state of being aloof from worldly affairs. Humans rarely saw them, let alone slaying them. They also looked down on human gold, silver, jewelry, and princesses that could not be married off, so there was no conflict between the two sides, and they were not close. There were no dragon slayers, nor were there dragon knights. However, it was said that in ancient times, when there was still a war between the gods, the dragon race would often appear in public, but that was a long time ago, and the historical records were vague, so no one knew what the situation was. When Reynolds heard that the dragon race had come, he was suddenly very curious, and quickly asked, have you seen a dragon before? Yes. The old bishop nodded solemnly, but he was unwilling to continue, and his expression became quite serious. It seemed that the meeting with the dragon race was not a pleasant memory. Have you killed them? Reynolds asked again. The old bishop could not help but be stunned. Why would I kill them? Their bones, scales, shells, and so on, can't they be made into all kinds of powerful equipment? You can also loot all kinds of armor and swords from their corpses. Where did you hear this tavern legend from? The old bishop helplessly explained to Reynolds about the dragon race, and warned him very seriously. Chapter 550. Don't kill them. You'll be in big trouble. Reynolds could only nod regretfully and agree. I understand, then I won't kill them, but I can at least find one to ride, right? The old bishop was shocked. Why is this guy's mind filled with such thoughts? I didn't teach him these things. What kind of life did he lead back in his hometown? Thus, the old bishop had no choice but to resort to the old method. The dragon clan is an extraordinary creature, much more powerful than humans. They are born to control the power of nature and are proficient in all kinds of mysterious and unique magic. As for strength and speed, there's no need to mention them. Although your strength has increased recently, you're still too weak to face the dragon clan. So, quickly dispel those unrealistic thoughts. Have you forgotten the teachings of the church? Reynolds believed him because the old bishop never lied. He quickly said humbly, I understand. I've recently obtained 2 divine artifacts and I've become a little arrogant. I've almost forgotten the teachings of modesty and prudence. Thank you for your reminder and encouragement. Seeing him like this, the old bishop secretly heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, this kid still believes in me. If I didn't dissuade him this time, I'm afraid he would have killed a dragon to taste its flavor. Just as the two of them were talking, more and more people felt the strong dragon's aura, and there was a commotion on the street. Fortunately, a shadow of a person appeared in the sky in time. It was an old man with a white beard and a bald head. He looked very powerful, and with a voice that could be heard throughout the city, he said loudly, "Don't panic. These are 2 friends who came from afar. They won't hurt you. Please maintain your calm and poise." This person was the famous Grand Magus of the 7th step, Grand Magus Vina. For some reason, the major sects and forces maintained a strange tacit understanding. There were no legendary powerhouses in the Sinless City, and Tier 7 powerhouses were the most powerful ones here. Master Vena was naturally the most powerful mage in the city. It was said that he was a low-key and introverted person who rarely showed himself in public. He spent most of his time in the Wizard Tower in the outskirts of the city. However, he had taken in many students and could be said to have students all over the world. There was no such thing as a magic academy in this world. Mags still maintained the more ancient apprenticeship system. Mags like Vena who had many apprentices could form a school. This was the organizational structure of Mags. Vena was from the school of supplicants of the legendary wizard Karl. The school was known for its wide recruitment of disciples and was known for its strength in numbers. It was currently the school with the largest number of disciples, and Vena was the representative of the school in the Sinless City. The school was known for its free-range education. It mainly focused on self-study, and its style of learning was quite free. Coupled with the large number of students, it was inevitable that there would be some scums. Reynolds had encountered 3 such scums during this period. For a student like this, the relationship between master and apprentice was often relatively indifferent, so when Reynolds killed Vena's 3 disciples, he did not take it seriously. Instead, he was more concerned about the whereabouts of the black gold golem, and had not given up on pursuing it. Unfortunately, he had not found any clues so far. However, Vena's reputation was still quite high. He belonged to the level of a person of virtue and prestige. This wave of public appearance smoothly calmed the people of the Sinless City. The dragons in the sky were still hiding in the clouds. They also cooperated with the situation and restrained their pressure. However, they were not in a hurry to show themselves. No one knew what they were waiting for. It wasn't until everyone's cervical spondylosis was almost cured that the figures of the 2 behemoths appeared in the dark sky. This time, it was actually 2 dragons. They had the classic image of a giant dragon. Their bodies were emitting golden and silver radiance respectively. They were particularly conspicuous in the dark night, like 2 stars on the stage. The 2 giant dragons slowly landed in the direction of the mayor's mansion. The mayor of the Sinless City, the hereditary marquis of the empire, Little Victor, was already waiting there with a large number of important people in the city. The Cardinal Yek and the Archmagus Vena were also among them. The 2 giant dragons landed on a square in front of the mayor's mansion. Their huge bodies almost occupied the spacious square. They raised their heads and glanced at the insects waiting below from the corner of their eyes. "Friends from afar, welcome to our city. We will always remember the friendship of fighting side by side in the past." Little Marquis Victor spoke on behalf of the crowd. That was something that happened thousands of years ago. How could this be brought up? Bishop Yek couldn't help but curse at the side. The 2 giant dragons looked at each other and murmured something that no one could understand. Then, their bodies began to emit bursts of light and their bodies began to shrink gradually. This is the magic of the dragon race. Master Venner couldn't help but widen his eyes. However, he immediately closed his eyes and carefully sensed the magic wave in the air. In the end, when the light on the giant dragons' bodies dissipated, they had turned into the appearance of two humans. One of them was an exceptionally handsome young man. He had a head of dazzling silver hair. His body was slender and well-proportioned. He was so good-looking that both men and women would fall for him. His temperament was mysterious, elegant, and noble. It was hard for people to look away from him. As for the other one, she had turned into a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her dazzling blonde hair was tied into a pair of childish ponytails, and her appearance was like an exquisite doll. She had the cuteness of a little loli, and a pair of charming drooping eyes, which made people daydream about what kind of beauty she would be when she grew up. She wore a gorgeous long dress with a pair of white stockings under the hem. She was dressed like a standard human noble lady. Moreover, her body was quite well developed. Other than her short height, she was much better than Mithrin in other aspects. In conclusion, her blonde hair, twin ponytails, and white stockings were enough to make copper warlocks go crazy. Marquis Victor saw that the two noble giant dragons were willing to turn into the appearance of humans. He was very emotional and hurriedly said, "I didn't expect the two of you to be willing to lower yourselves to become humans. The dragon race is just like the legends. They are elegant and proud, but they don't lose their manners," the man that the silver dragon had turned into replied in standard common language. "No, don't think too much. Being noble or not has much to do with one's image. If we don't turn smaller, we won't be able to hear what you're saying." The surrounding air seemed to have solidified in an instant and quieted down. Sometimes, it was like this. It always happened inadvertently. Chapter 551. The group of people stared at each other in silence in the square outside the Castellan's mansion for a long while before the Castellan, Victor, coughed awkwardly and said, "In short, welcome, my two friends. The mansion has already prepared a banquet, please come." However, the silver-haired man politely refused. "Thank you for your kindness, but we don't eat human food, and we're not used to your red tape. We're here on the orders of the Prophet to find the future of our race. We won't have any conflict with you, so don't worry." After that, the two of them mumbled something that no one else could understand, and their figures gradually disappeared. This, Grand Magus Venner was stunned and quickly said, "It's not an illusion. This isn't an invisibility technique or a camouflage technique. It's a mystical technique that I've never seen before. I can't sense its existence at all." That's incredible. For a powerhouse like him who had reached the Seventh Order, in addition to being powerful and skilled in magic, his perception in all aspects was also abnormally sharp, far surpassing that of ordinary people. If it was just an ordinary method of stealth, it would not be able to hide from a powerhouse of the Seventh Order. But the two dragons disappeared right under his nose, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The dragons are really amazing. I really want to discuss the mysteries of magic with them, but they're as arrogant as the legends say, and have no interest in us humans at all. The Castellan let out a displeased snort. After being rebuffed twice, his mood was really not good. Bishop Yek's first impression of the dragons was quite good. At least they came to inform us. That's polite, but what's their purpose and purpose? Their future. This kind of ambiguous statement can lead to hundreds of explanations. Castellan Victor said. The most important thing now is to grasp their whereabouts and find out their purpose. Master Venner, Bishop Yek, I'll have to trouble the two of you with this. I'm afraid this won't be easy. The dragons must have their own unique methods to stay away from the world and not be known by humans. If they didn't have something to rely on, they definitely wouldn't have rashly come to human territory. Bishop Yek seemed to be in a dilemma. Master Venner also nodded in agreement, but he still said, "Don't worry, Master Venner. But we can try to think of a way. In short, I'll have to trouble the two of you. As for the rest, let's go in first." Castellan Victor said, and then led the important people in the city to discuss the next step in detail. However, to everyone's surprise, the two dragons did not leave at all. Instead, They stood where they were and listened to their conversation in silence. Their figures didn't hide, but in the eyes of others, they were like two insignificant passers-by, with no sense of existence, and were directly ignored. Are they humans? It's just like what the elders in the clan. They're suspicious and wary. The golden-haired and white-haired lowly shook. Perhaps this is the reason why they are so prosperous despite being so weak. The silver-haired man also sighed with emotion, and then said, "Let's go. Visit City. Then, the two of them really acted like the most ordinary tourists and began to stroll around the lively night market of the sinless city. People were completely unaware of their existence and allowed them to enter and leave various places. They observed the living conditions of humans and discussed from time to time. Their buildings are so small, they only eat cooked food. That's not very nutritious, is it? Is this how humans reproduce and mate? It's a little similar to us. But how can they have so many people? They're just like the groundhogs in the grassland. These little things are quite interesting." The golden-haired lowly stood in front of a street stall, her eyes fixed on a fluffy plushie. It was a charmingly naive hammerhead shark plushie. It had short limbs and a snow-white belly. It looked rather cute. The lowly couldn't help but bend down and pick up the plushie. She rubbed her face against the plushie's soft fur, as if she liked this little toy very much. The stall owner didn't notice that one of his goods was missing. He was still busy selling his wares. "That's not good. We should pay." The elders said that we should try our best not to have any conflicts with humans on this trip. The silver-haired man said. "But we don't have any human currency. What should we do?" The lowly said reluctantly. She didn't want to give up on this adorable plushie. "Why don't we use this instead? I heard that humans like shiny things like this." The silver-haired man took out a small piece of sparkling and translucent crystal from his bosom and threw it on the stall. After the two left, the stall owner realized that something was wrong. His stall had lost a plushie, but it had gained a beautiful piece of crystal. What's going on? Why did the plushie turn into a crystal? This crystal is so pretty. It looks very valuable. Is this a gift from our Lord? Praise our Lord. The two dragons, who had already left, continued to wander aimlessly on the street. They had no clear goal, nor did they intend to do anything. They didn't even know what they were looking for. This was because that was what the clan's prophet said. He didn't specify what path they were looking for. They were not the least bit impatient, because in the long lives of the dragon race, most of their time was wasted like this. Their patience was frighteningly good, and the two of them were even mentally prepared to wander around here for decades, or even centuries. Just like that, the two of them spent the night wandering around the streets of the sinless city. Finally, they found a spacious and empty barn. They laid on the soft straw and slept comfortably for the whole day. On the other hand, the humans were anxious and helpless. The mayor couldn't even sleep well. Two powerful dragons with unknown motives were lurking in this populous city. No one knew if they would suddenly go on a rampage and hurt the humans. It was natural that the mayor couldn't sleep well. As for the civilians, they were confused. Weren't there two dragons in the sky? Where did they go? Where did such a huge dragon go? Did the mayor hide them? Reynolds thought so too. Out of curiosity, he really wanted to see what the dragons looked like. Should I sneak into the mayor's mansion to look for them? A strange idea popped up in his mind. Chapter 552. Just as Reynolds was wondering if he should treat the governor's mansion like a zoo and go in for a stroll, he suddenly saw two figures entering the church. "We have guest. And they are two very beautiful guests. The man is so handsome, just a little bit less handsome than me. That little girl is quite cute too. She looks like a doll." Seeing that the two were dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary temperament, he thought that they were rich people, so he quickly greeted them warmly. "Hello, welcome to Mia's church. May the goddess protect you." But just as he finished speaking, he saw that the two beautiful guests had a shocked expression on their faces as if they had just seen a ghost. "You. How can you see us?" the silver-haired man asked in surprise. The Dragon Clan's special stealth technique was not some kind of magic or technique, but more like an innate ability of their race. It was a unique power that came from their bloodline, similar to an instinct. The specific effect was not to deceive the eyes but to reduce one's presence. Their bodies were so huge and their strength was so powerful, but they were so good at hiding. It might sound ironic, but it was not contradictory. Just like how cats were the top hunters in the natural world, they were also good at hiding. As an existence at the top of the food chain, this was a very important ability. Theoretically speaking, even a human legendary powerhouse would find it difficult to see through the dragon's concealment ability. That was why the two dragons were so surprised. Could it be that this young-looking human in front of them was a demigod? But didn't the elders in our clan say that there would not be any demigods here? There won't even be any legends who can threaten us. Before we landed, we carefully checked the situation in the city. Indeed, we didn't sense anything that could pose a threat to us. Then what's up with this human in front of us? A lot of thoughts appeared in the minds of the two dragons in an instant, and they wanted to escape on the spot. The elders in their clan had said that humans were very dangerous creatures and they must be extra careful when they come into contact with them. Normal humans were usually gentler and did not pose much of a threat. However, those human champions were greedy and cruel. They loved to hunt down high-level creatures in the natural world and use their fur, bones, and organs to make equipment and weapons. If it was not for the Dragon Clan's powerful stealth ability, they would not have been able to escape from their clutches. They were not the same species as normal humans at all. If they hadn't repeatedly confirmed that there were no terrifying human powerhouses in Sinless City and that this matter was related to the future of the dragon race, the two dragons wouldn't have come to a place like Sinless City. Reynolds looked at the two people's shocked expressions and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter? What's wrong with you guys? Did I say something wrong?" Then, he continued to speculate on his own. "Or are you tourists from other places? Are you not used to the hospitality here because this is your first time in the Sinless City? That must be it. I'm such an elegant and easygoing person. How could I scare you? Don't be afraid, it'll be fine. Our Sinless City is just like that. The people are simple and warm." After saying that, he casually cast a soothing divine spell on the two dragons in an attempt to ease their tension. The two dragons suddenly felt an irresistible drowsiness. Although they were nervous, their eyelids kept fighting. Dragons were naturally fond of sleeping. They could sleep for a few years for no reason. The soothing divine spell that Reynolds cast was much stronger than that of a normal priest. With the two of them added together, even the powerful dragons couldn't resist it. They tried to struggle, but they couldn't resist at all. In the end, they fell straight to the ground. *T, we've fallen into the human's trap. We're going to be skinned alive. That was the last thought that flashed through the two dragons' minds. They fell asleep just like that. What the hell? Why did they fall asleep just like that? Reynolds felt a little helpless. Aren't these two people a little too strange? So he quickly went back to find the old bishop and asked where the two people were. The old bishop followed him to take a look, but he couldn't see the two people at all. "Where are the people you were talking about? Aren't they right here? They're so big, and one of them is a cute little girl in white silk. Can't you see them?" The old bishop was stunned. He reached out to touch Reynolds' forehead. Reynolds also reached out to touch his forehead. The old bishop suddenly thought of something. He quickly let Reynolds take his hand and led him to touch the little girl's head. It wasn't until there was physical contact that the old bishop saw the little girl lying in the yard. She was sleeping soundly with a hammerhead shark plushie in her arms. When he took his hand away, the little girl immediately disappeared from his sight. "Dragon?" he asked in surprise. "You call this a dragon?" Reynolds found it funny. He reached out to poke the little girl's soft face and laughed. "What kind of dragon is this?" The old bishop had no choice but to explain to Reynolds the dragon's shape-shifting and invisibility abilities. He then found an old, yellowed book that looked like a monster illustration book from the underground library and flipped through it for Reynolds. "This is really a dragon?" Reynolds was also shocked. As he compared the description in the book, he lowered his head to look at the soft little lowly. But didn't you say that dragons are very powerful? Then why did they fall asleep when they saw me? He followed up with another question. The old bishop was stumped. He was stunned for a while before he forced himself to explain. Well, didn't the book say that dragons love to sleep? They spend most of their lives sleeping. They can sleep whenever and wherever they want. And isn't this behavior of sleeping in someone else's house exactly the behavior of the strong? Do you dare to sleep in Mithran's house or Undine's house? Reynolds thought about it and shook his head. He really didn't dare. He would be hated if he went to a girl's house to sleep. Then how do I ride a dragon like this? Reynolds asked again. He tried to grab the little girl's two childish ponytails. Don't think about these weird things. Be careful that she doesn't bite you to death when she wakes up. The old archbishop threatened in a stern voice and continued, don't worry. Let's bring them back to the church first. The book also said that most dragons are friendly, so, when the two dragons finally woke up in the afternoon, they found themselves tightly bound by heavy chains. They tried to struggle, but the chains that were glowing were exceptionally strong. They had been enchanted with countless hardening spells. Even with the strength of the dragons, they couldn't break free. They were doomed. They were going to be skinned alive by the ferocious human powerhouse. How helpless. Chapter 553. The two dragons were instantly disheartened. Although the dragon race was powerful and had enormous physical strength and various magical abilities, the prerequisite was that they had to be in their dragon form to be able to use them. However, these two dragons were in their human form for the sake of convenience. The two of them did not expect to meet such a despicable human who would sleep with them the moment they met. Right now, they were tightly bound by these incomparably sturdy chains and could not return to their original forms. However, even in their human form, they could still use the dragon race's unique raving magic. Therefore, in order to save themselves, the two dragons began to chant ravings in an attempt to escape. However, at this moment, Reynolds realized that they were awake and were still shouting something, so he quickly walked over. Before the two dragons could finish chanting, their mouths were roughly stuffed with a hot thing. It was a freshly roasted potato, and it was fragrant. However, it was too hot. Originally, this temperature was nothing in their dragon form. Unfortunately, the two dragons were now in their human form, so they were immediately scalded to the point that tears were about to flow out. You must be hungry, right? It's fine, it's fine. Eat a potato first before you talk. Reynolds said very enthusiastically. This human is so sinister, so vicious. Not only did he ambush us, but he also used such torture to torture us. The two dragons' last means of resistance was blocked, so they could only curse in their hearts. However, they did not expect that this human would have an even more outrageous method. Hey, why aren't you eating? Can't you swallow it? Aren't your mouths very big? Reynolds said with some doubt. He went to find a shiny kitchen knife and approached them step by step. They were going to be skinned. They were going to be skinned alive bit by bit. How frightening and cruel was this human being? He actually wanted to skin them alive. The two dragons looked at the shiny blade and were so scared that they started to cry on the spot. However, Reynolds's knife did not land on the two of them. Instead, he took the potatoes from their mouths and cut them into small pieces that were easy to swallow. The two dragons could not help but be stunned, and they could not understand his actions. What is he doing? Is he going to use the potatoes to hint at our fate? Cut us into pieces? The two dragons who were scared silly began to let their imaginations run wild. But then, they saw Jin Long pick up a small piece of potato with a knife and fork and put it in front of the little Loli's mouth. Come, let's eat. I roasted it myself. It's very fragrant. The little Loli's eyes were filled with tears. Her big eyes seemed to be blinking as she swallowed the potato in humiliation. It was tasteless and she could not taste anything. She was just worried that this cruel human would take the opportunity to stab the knife into her mouth. Luckily, I didn't. Reynolds then fed the silver dragon another lump. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Since you've eaten my food, you won't bite me, right? What kind of strange logic was this? Of course we want to bite you, we want to bite you to death. Just as the two dragons were silently cursing, they heard Reynolds continue. I don't have any good points, but I'm very popular with small animals. Usually, when I feed them something, they'll quickly become familiar with me. So don't stand on ceremony. Come, as he spoke, he forked another potato and fed it to the two dragons. Are you treating us like kittens and puppies? This despicable human. I'm so angry. Just like that, Reynolds patiently fed all the potatoes into the two dragons' stomachs. Then, he revealed a very happy and kind smile. He patted their heads and said, good boy. By the way, since you can transform into humans, you should be able to speak the human language, right? The two dragons looked at each other and saw the determination and perseverance in each other's eyes. There was nothing to say to such a cruel enemy. They would definitely not beg for mercy. We are proud dragons. Even if we were to become prisoners, we would still maintain our pride and dignity. When Reynolds saw that they were ignoring him, he could only shake his head regretfully and sigh. Can't speak. What a pity. As he spoke, he dragged a chair from the side and sat on it. He began to think about how to deal with the two dragons. He also took the hammerhead shark plushie that the little lowly brought and played with it in his hands. The little lowly saw that this guy was not only going to harm her, but also the plushie that she had taken a fancy to. She was a little anxious and could not help but speak. Using her crisp and delicate voice, she said, "Give me back Fishy." "Hey, so you can speak? Then that's easy. We can communicate. My name is Reynolds. I'm the priest here. What about you?" Reynolds said in surprise. The two dragons could not help but be stunned. They had never heard of the name Reynolds. Before they set off, some elders in the clan who liked to go out and secretly observe the humans told them the names of a few powerhouses on the human side. They were at least legendary or even demigod names. They also asked the two of them not to provoke such existences as it would be very dangerous. With the dragon's memory, the two dragons of course remembered those names, but there was no one named Reynolds. Is it a fake name? He did not dare to reveal his real name because he was afraid of being cursed. This guy is not only vicious, but also very cunning. Unfortunately, we are dragons full of wisdom. We can easily see through such tricks. The two dragons thought to themselves as they also reported their current names. I'm Alice Lowe. I'm Ince. Of course, their dragon names were not like that. It was a long string of gibberish that could not be translated, so the names they reported were also fake names. However, Reynolds did not care about that. Instead, he said warmly, "Nice to meet you. Nice to meet all of you. Welcome to Mia's cult. Is this your welcome ceremony?" Silver Dragon Ince looked down at the chains on his body and said in annoyance. "No, I'm just afraid that you'll bite me. You two fell asleep for no reason. As far as I know, dragons are very irritable when their sleep is disturbed. I'm just trying to ensure my own safety so that I won't be bitten by you." Reynolds still vaguely remembered that when he was in his hometown, he often hunted all kinds of dragons. Some of them would run back to sleep in front of him halfway through the hunt. If he woke them up at that time, they would become very violent and difficult to deal with. So, it was absolutely necessary to take some safety measures. However, the two dragons could not understand his concerns. "Weren't you the one who hypnotized us? How did it become us who fell asleep?" Chapter 554. And why do we have to bite people when we wake up? What do you take us for? Reynolds did not care about how the two dragons would look at him. He even ignored their angry gazes. They were dragons after all. Their gazes were very fierce. This was very reasonable. All right, since we can communicate, let's talk properly. Age, occupation, motive and purpose of coming here. Tell me all about it. I'm 233 years old. He just turned 200 years old. Alice said. We're here to find the future path of our race. Ince added. This was not a secret. It did not matter if they said it out loud. So the two dragons were quite happy to tell him. Wow! You're actually over 200 years old? Reynolds could not help but say in surprise. He took a closer look at the cute blonde lowly with white hair in double ponytails. She was so cute. How could she be so old? What a pity, we're still in our infancy, Alice muttered in dissatisfaction. Because the fertility rate was very low and the incubation period was very long, they were already the two youngest dragons in the dragon race. Logically speaking, they should not have come out to carry out such an important mission. However, the prophet in the race had asked for it. The two dragons could not figure out the prophet's intention. Reynolds did not care much about their age. He did not hear Alice's dissatisfaction. He continued to talk to himself. Since you're looking for the future of your race, why did you come to our church? We're just strolling around. We've been to many places in the city. Alice answered truthfully. Reynolds thought for a moment. It seemed that there were no other questions worth paying attention to. So, he quickly asked the question that he was most concerned about. Can you let me ride you? Ride. You. What are you trying to do? Alice's cute little face suddenly flushed red. As an existence at the top of the food chain, the dragon race's understanding of the concept of riding was obviously not the same as humans. They would not ride anything, nor would they be ridden by anything. To them, riding was an action that they would only do when they were mating and reproducing. Alice did not expect that this human was not only sinister, but also so vulgar and rude. Moreover, he was a genuine dragon. He was just a puny human being. How could he do such a thing? Ince couldn't care less about being skinned when he saw Alice being humiliated in such a manner. He immediately roared angrily. You want to ride my sister? I'll fight it out with you. Reynolds was stunned for a moment before he asked, why are you so angry? How about I ride you instead of her? Ince was originally prepared to chant an incantation to risk his life, but he was shocked by his words. He even choked on his incantation. I'm a male dragon. Reynolds observed the strange reactions of the two dragons and asked in puzzlement, what's the matter? What's wrong with you guys? Why is his reaction so intense? Isn't it just letting me ride it? Why are you so stingy? The two dragons did not know how to comment on this terrifying human. Just kill us. We, the proud dragons, would rather die. I won't tolerate such humiliation, the two dragons said in unison. Then, they saw Reynolds's eyes suddenly light up. The two dragons instantly regretted their decision. Fortunately, the elderly bishop had an apron around his waist and arrived in time with a large basin of something. The thing in the basin looked bloody and mangled. It was a large basin of raw meat. Some strange spices were mixed in it. Mixed with the smell of blood, it emitted a strange smell. The two dragons couldn't help but look at it. What is this? It smells so good. Just smelling it makes me want to eat it. And this smell is so familiar, eh? Are they awake? The elderly bishop asked when he saw Reynolds sitting there alone. He still couldn't see the two dragons. Give this to them. They might like it. The elderly bishop said as he put down the bloody basin. Wow! This smell, who can eat it? Reynolds pinched his nose in disgust. He turned back to look at the two dragons' reaction. Good heavens! They're drooling. It's as if they've been beaten up. Do they like it? This is a recipe an old friend told me. It's said to be very popular with the dragons. The elderly bishop asked again. Reynolds thought for a moment. First, he untied the chains on Alice. At the same time, he grabbed the small wooden hammer and the sea urchin necklace. He felt that Alice was smaller and looked easier to deal with. If she wanted to bite him, he should be able to subdue her. In the end, Alice did not bite him. Instead, she rushed to the pot of raw meat and picked up the fork that the elderly bishop had prepared for her. She picked up a large piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing with big mouthfuls. So delicious, her emerald green eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a happy arc. It seemed that she really liked the taste. The temptation of appetite made her forget that she was in danger. It seemed that the taste had awakened the most primitive instinct in her body. Reynolds frowned as he watched. For some reason, he suddenly lost his appetite to ride a dragon. Did they say why they were here? The elderly bishop asked again. They said that they were looking for a path to the future. They were wandering around and accidentally came in. Is that so? As expected. The elderly bishop pondered for a moment before he said, when they're done eating, let them go. Renaud seemed a little reluctant. Hey! But they asked me to kill them. The elderly bishop was stunned. What did you do to them? They're still very young, aren't they? They should be just 2 young dragons, right? They're like human children. That's why you easily subdued them. You won't even let the young ones go? As the elderly bishop spoke, he picked up a little kitten that was hiding behind him, carefully sizing up the 2 dragons. Reynolds thought for a moment, sighed regretfully, and loosened the chains on Silver Dragon Ince. But not only did the silver dragon not thank him, it glared at him angrily. Because the basin of meat had been devoured by its sister like a whirlwind. It didn't even get to taste a shred of meat. What was worse was that Alice, who was kneeling on the ground, stretched lazily. Her eyelids drooped, and she was about to sleep. Phew, so comfortable. Beside her, Ince panicked. He hurriedly pounced forward and bit her head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Alice immediately let out a series of cute squeals. Ince let out an exasperated roar from his stomach. My dear sister, please don't forget our situation. Chapter 555. In the end, the 2 dragons walked out of Mia's cathedral unscathed. However, the elder sister, Avina, was not very willing. Her younger brother, Ince, bit the back of her neck and dragged her out forcefully. The scene looked like a young and handsome silver-haired man running away pathetically with a little loli in his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered a great shock to the point that he could not disguise himself properly and revealed his true nature. The 2 dragons ran all the way back to the secluded barn where they had been sleeping. When Ince saw that the terrifying human did not chase after them, he heaved a sigh of relief and carefully threw his sister on a pile of straw. However, Avina looked like her soul had left her body. She was still mumbling softly. I still want to eat. Ince was so anxious that he hurriedly knocked his head against the back of her head again and again as he grumbled. Sister, wake up. Don't be tempted by human food. Remember our modesty and pride. Ayo, ayo. But it's really delicious, Avina said disappointedly. When Ince heard that, he was even angrier. He did not even taste a single bite. Why was his fate so tragic to have such an unreliable sister? What do we do now? There's such a dangerous human in this city. The situation is different from what the elders said. What should we do? Continue? Will we meet that guy again? Or something even scarier? Ince asked a bunch of questions in one go. Avina felt a headache coming on. She said lazily, that's so troublesome. Let's sleep first. Maybe when we wake up, we'll find a solution. How long do you plan to sleep for? If you keep talking like this, you won't be able to find a boyfriend in the future. Avina stammered and fell asleep just like that. But I'm a male, Ince mumbled softly. There was nothing he could do about this sister who slept after eating. However, he was an intelligent dragon after all. After calming down and thinking carefully, he quickly came up with a solution. Thus, he muttered under his breath and activated the special magic of the dragon race. Densely packed words that humans could not understand appeared in the air in front of him. These words twisted and merged with each other and finally turned into a letter. It recorded the process of this trip and the 2 dragon whelps' confusion about the future. Then, he cast another spell and summoned a snow-white pigeon out of thin air. It had sharp claws and a sharp beak, and it looked very strong. It was bigger than an eagle and looked like it could kill a stag with its claws. This was a kind of magical beast called cuckoo pigeon. It got its name because of its special cuckoo-cuckoo sound. It was also called magical stone pigeon. It fed on all kinds of natural stones that were rich in magic power. That was why it was so strong and could fly very far in one go. Ince tied the letter to the strong pigeon's leg and sent it back to the tribe to report the news. As for himself, he lowered his head to look at his sister's peaceful sleeping face. After thinking for a while, he actually laid down beside her and curled up his body, preparing to sleep. Anyway, all he had to do was wait for the family's reply. There was nothing else he could do. Maybe he would be able to think of a way after sleeping. Meanwhile, at Mia's church, Reynolds was still discussing the matter with the old bishop. "Why do you think they will definitely come back?" Reynolds asked the old bishop as he held the two kittens in his arms and guided them to wrestle on his thighs. "Didn't I tell you? They can't resist the temptation of delicious food. Dragons may be arrogant, but they still have some of the instincts of wild beasts, just like humans," the old bishop said confidently. He was very confident about the secret raw meat that he had concocted. Reynolds did not doubt that. He always thought that the old bishop's greatest ability was his theurgy, followed by his culinary skills. On the other hand, he was a little weaker in teaching and educating people. Otherwise, why was he not as good as senior brother? "Then, when they come back, can I ride them?" Reynolds still had not given up on his original intention. He was still thinking of a way. "Why do you always want to ride a dragon? Isn't it enough that you have Amia to ride?" the old bishop asked, puzzled. "Because when I was in my hometown, I usually rode a dragon, and there were all kinds of dragons, red, green, blue, even armored and skeletal dragons. I'm only so persistent because I want to regain more of the feelings and memories of my hometown. And I've ridden Amia too much, I always want to change my mount." "Why don't?" As Reynolds spoke, he looked down at the kittens that were still practicing wrestling. The kittens suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. They meowed and fled to the church's entrance. Just then, a beautiful figure appeared there. Was it Merthyrin? She was still dressed in her priestly attire. The slit in her robe was still high, and her legs in white stockings were still eye-catching. The two kittens climbed onto her feet, one on each side, and meowed for shelter. Merthyrin hurriedly picked them up and rubbed them against her face. She said softly, "You're right. Good. You know how to welcome me. Die. "Oh, no, Bishop Merthyrin, why are you here?" Reynolds came over to greet her. "I was holding a ceremony outside and happened to pass by here, so I came to take a look," Merthyrin whispered, not daring to look Reynolds in the eye. Because she had told a little lie, she did go out to hold a ceremony today, but it was far from here and not on the way at all. She forced herself to take a big detour before passing by Mia's church. "Is that so?" "What's the matter?" Reynolds asked again. Mertherin's eyes flashed with a troubled look. She didn't really have anything to do. She just wanted to come over and have a chat with Reynolds. It would be best if they could go to the park again and hold hands. But the book said that girls shouldn't be too direct or too proactive, or they would be hated and despised. So, she couldn't say what was on her mind, and she was too embarrassed to say it. If she came to disturb him when she had nothing to do, she would be hated, right? Fortunately, Reynolds was very understanding and said, "Hey, you're here to freeload, aren't you?" Coincidentally, it was close to dinner time. Mertherin's eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "I want your corn." "I want to eat your corn." "I see. Then you sit here for a while. I'll go to the market and see if there's any sweet corn for sale," Reynolds said and made a move to leave. "Hey, then I'll," Merthyrin quickly said. Chapter 556. Unfortunately, Reynolds didn't care about her reaction at all. He simply walked out the door alone. Merthyrin stared at Reynolds's back as he disappeared around the corner, his eyes full of regret and unwillingness. The elderly bishop beside her seized this rare opportunity to give her some advice. "This kid is good at everything, but sometimes his way of thinking is a little strange, a little different from ours. So, why don't you take the initiative and be more direct? You have to hurry up. Don't be fooled by this kid's character, he's actually quite popular." Merthyrin was taken aback by such advice. She didn't really understand what the elderly bishop meant, and she didn't know what to do, how to take the initiative, how to be direct. She'd better go back and read the books. Coincidentally, her maid at home had helped her borrow 2 books yesterday. On how to cleverly show your charm in front of your boyfriend. What kind of women do good men like? Just as Mertherin's thoughts were running wild, Reynolds came back quickly, but he only bought a corn, and he even took a bite out of it. "I tasted it, but it wasn't very sweet, so I only bought this one. I'm sorry, Bishop." "Bishop Merthyrin, there might not be any corn tonight." Mithrin didn't care at all. Her eyes were fixed on the corncob in Reynolds's hand, and a strange idea suddenly popped into her mind. Should I finish this corncob with Pastor Reynolds? Using that special method, she still remembered seeing a particularly daring act in a book. A man and a woman, each biting the two ends of a chocolate bar, and then starting to eat. As the chocolate bar got shorter and shorter, their faces got closer and closer. The book even used several pictures to accompany the explanation, describing this method in detail. Mithrin's heart raced as she read it. Although the corncob in Reynolds's hand was not a chocolate bar, she could still try, right? Unfortunately, Reynolds didn't give her the chance to try at all. Come, you guys, split this. As he spoke, he shoved the corncob to the kitten at Mithrin's feet. Meow, meow, meow. The little kitten's face was filled with reluctance as it protested in a childish voice. What's wrong? Have you forgotten my usual teachings? Don't waste food. Otherwise, when you're hungry in the future. Before Reynolds could finish his sentence, the little kitten was so scared that it started to tremble. It quickly hugged the corncob with its furry paws and called for its companions to help with this difficult task. You guys are becoming more and more obedient and sensible. I'm very pleased. Reynolds said contentedly. He let go of the kitten and invited Mithrin to sit on the bench next to him. They chatted casually about the events of the past 2 days. However, he did not mention anything about the 2 dragons, because the old bishop had specifically instructed him not to tell anyone about it, lest the 2 dragons be frightened and not dare to return. By the way, the 2 believers that I recently recruited into the church told me that there are changes to this year's Harvest Festival. The Harvest Festival at the end of autumn every year was one of the grand festivals in the Sinless City and even the entire empire. There would be a lively 3-day celebration, with parades, bonfires, fireworks, opera performances, and other activities. But what Reynolds was concerned about was that the Harvest Festival was an excellent opportunity to preach. Many non-believers or shallow believers would consider converting to another religion during the festival in order to get a better harvest in the coming year. Therefore, every year during the Harvest Festival, the various religions in the Sinless City would be active. Old John and his son, for example, had become believers in Mia's religion during the Harvest Festival a few years ago. Calculating the time, it should be next week. Reynolds was also rubbing his hands together, ready to make a move. He was ready to do something big and earn more believers to join the church. He wanted to ride a dragon, and he also had plans to preach while riding a dragon. How cool would that be? It would be much more impressive than riding Amelia. It would definitely attract a lot of people. However, the 2 believers, the brothers Tom and Jerry, heard some rumors about the Harvest Festival through their parents' connections. It was said that the mayor was considering canceling this year's celebration. Probably because of the arrival of the 2 dragons, the mayor did not dare to make a big fuss about it, fearing that there would be an accident. So, Reynolds wanted to confirm the authenticity of the news with Mithrin. But after listening to his question, Mithrin stood there in a daze. And it was not a normal daze. Her face was red, and she was swaying left and right in a daze. Harvest Festival, according to the books, many young men and women would choose this day to pour out their hearts and gain a sincere relationship. They would go to the celebration together, dance around the bonfire, watch the fireworks together, and finally hug and kiss each other under the oak tree. Hug and kiss with Pastor Reynolds, I'm so looking forward to it. But would it be too intense, too bold? We've never gone to the park together, the kind where we hold hands. Mithrin was thinking about it when she suddenly felt her cheek being poked with a finger. Ah! Mithrin, whose thoughts were suddenly interrupted, let out a cute squeal. She quickly defended herself. No, I'm not thinking about that. Reynolds was stunned and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? What's wrong with you? No. Although I'll be busy during the Harvest Festival, I can still squeeze some time out. I have time every night. Mithrin explained incoherently. But that's not what I'm talking about. Why do I feel like Days is acting weird today? She's dumber than usual. Reynolds could not help but mutter softly. Mithrin did not hear what he was muttering at all. She was still thinking about how to arrange her schedule for the harvest festival. Fortunately, the old bishop finished cooking in time. The three of them were like a family as they enjoyed this warm and delicious dinner. At the dinner table, Reynolds could not help but ask the previous question again. This time, Mithrin was relatively calm. She finally gave the correct response. Uncle Yek seems to have mentioned this before. In previous years, we would have been preparing for the harvest festival by this time, but this year is different. The paladins and crusaders are busy with other things, probably searching for the two dragons. Are they dangerous? What should we do? Mithrin's eyes were full of worry. She was not worried about the two dragons causing any trouble. This was the sinless city, with many powerful people and the protection of the gods. Besides, Reynolds was here, so she was not afraid of anything. Chapter 557. She was just worried that if the harvest festival was cancelled because of this, there would be no celebration. Just like that, the sinless city endured another 3 days under the shadow of the dragon's wings. They didn't feel the joy of the harvest festival at all. The mayor, Bishop Yek, and the other important people were even more anxious. They couldn't eat or sleep in peace if they didn't find those two dragons. They wanted to declare martial law and cancel the harvest festival celebration, but they were worried that it would have the opposite effect. The people would be uneasy and cause even more chaos. What were the two dragons planning to do? What were they scheming in the dark? Would it be hostile to humans? Would cancelling the celebration cause a riot? Would holding the celebration as usual cause a disaster? The important figures discussed these questions every day. They quarreled endlessly over it, but they could not come up with a unified opinion. After all, the factions in the city were complicated. There was no one who could make the final decision. Even the mayor had to discuss it with others. But to everyone's surprise, the two dragons were still sleeping soundly in the barn until a strong pigeon flew in and landed on Avina's head. It then lowered its head and pecked at her. Ouch! 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 Avina let out a series of cute cries as she was woken up by the pain. Ooh! Is this a letter from the elders? Avina sat on the soft straw like a duck, revealing her calves and feet wrapped in white stockings. She rubbed her eyes with both hands and read the elder's reply in a daze. This kind of special letter written with magic was similar to a chat log or a memory record. So, Avina could see the letter that it sent back to the tribe. The elder's reply was only 3 sentences. The first one was, "Let nature take its course. Continue searching. The path is just ahead. Do not stop. The path will continue." The second one was, "I think I've heard someone mention this MIA cult before. Maybe the elder knows. But he's still sleeping. I'll ask him when he wakes up." The third one was, "Please bring back a portion of delicious pretend meat." It was very concise. Is that so? Avina thought for a moment and replied, "Got it. Understood. I'll go and find some meat for you." Avina tied the magically written letter to the strong pigeon and released it. She then looked down at her brother who was still sleeping. She thought about it carefully and decided not to wake him up first. Instead, she went to look for the delicious meat. We're all mature dragon whelps, we need to learn how to act alone. Furthermore, that priest was very dangerous. She might be caught by him again when she went to look for fake meat. As his sister, she could not let her brother be in danger. If that scary priest wants to ride me, then let him ride me. Big sister needs to protect little brother. Moreover, there was only a small pot of meat, and it wasn't even enough for me to eat. Just like that, Avina came up with a few excuses for herself. Finally, she left her brother behind and sneaked towards Mia's church. On Reynolds's side, he was watering the newly planted catmint in the garden. There were 5 kittens squatting by his feet, staring at the green leaves of the catmint. The catmint was dug out from outside the city by the old bishop with a shovel. It was growing healthily and smelled fragrant. The kittens were craving it so much that they almost cried. It was a pity that the old bishop forbade them from eating it, as it was an important ingredient in making that delicious masquerade meat. Whether or not they could lure the two dragons back to the church and let the people of the city celebrate the festival in peace depended on it. In the end, the kittens were so pitiful that they discussed with the old bishop. As long as they worked hard every day, they would be rewarded with a few pieces of catmint. The old bishop agreed. Therefore, the kittens were especially serious in their training these days. Under Reynolds's guidance, they had already learned fighting skills such as the cross backlock and the Tracy jiu-jitsu. It was just that Reynolds himself didn't know much about hand-to-hand combat. He was a gentle and refined priest, so he could only hope that his actions would have the effect of throwing a brick to attract jade, so that the little kittens could comprehend the high-end combat skills such as thunder breath, fierce tiger descends the mountain, tiger crane double form, and so on. This way, when they met a strong enemy in the future, they would be able to help. While he was watering the catmint and instructing Amelia to build the branches and leaves, Avina had already sneaked into Mia's church. Hee, that priest doesn't seem to be here. Avina sniffed her cute little nose. She did not smell any danger or enemies. The place where humans store food should be the kitchen, right? She whispered softly and carefully crept into the kitchen. But at that moment, a pair of strong hands grabbed her twin ponytails from behind. Hello, welcome to Mia's church. The old bishop didn't lie to me. You guys will come back, Reynolds said happily. He then looked around again, but he didn't find the handsome silver-haired guy. So he continued to ask, what's the matter? Where's your brother? Are you hiding somewhere, waiting to take a bite out of me? Although Avina was very scared, she still shook her little head hard, trying to escape from Reynolds's clutches. In the end, she pulled her hair until it hurt. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Stop struggling. It's useless. You're just a young dragon. You're still no match for me, Reno said proudly. But he had underestimated Avina's strength. He heard her mumbling in her throat. Her golden twin ponytails suddenly became slippery and impossible to hold, allowing her to successfully escape from Reynolds's control. Reynolds immediately revealed a surprised expression. This time, it was Avina's turn to be proud. You didn't expect this, did you? This is the magic that I created myself, the magic that I'm proud of. As long as it's smooth enough, no one can catch me. I'll show you the true strength of the dragon race. I'll defeat you. I'll take back my delicious meat and my sharky. As Avina said that, she planned to use her best killing move. It was inherited from her ancestors, engraved in her DNA and blood. Every dragon was born with an invincible secret. Dragon, carriage, charge, crash, rare. Avina let out a fierce roar, revealing two small canine teeth. She took a step forward with her short legs and charged towards Reynolds. However, Reynolds didn't react in time and was hit in the stomach by her. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the air, followed by a delicate cry. Ouch! 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 Avina immediately covered her head and rolled on the ground in pain. She felt like she had hit a block of iron, and tears came out of her eyes. Reynolds lowered his head and looked at the triangular shield that automatically appeared in front of him, which was his first layer of defense. He really did not know what to say. Chapter 558. In short, just like that, Avina was captured by Reynolds for the second time. This was probably the easiest dragon hunt he had ever had. He did not even have time to use his strength before the other side fell down on her own, but this time, Reynolds did not tie her up with the chains. He felt that this young dragon was really a little weak. She might not even be able to defeat Amia. Other than the little kitten, she could not threaten anyone in the entire church. Such a weak dragon, there was no point in riding, and it would be difficult for her to help him in all kinds of ways like Amia. A dragon, not even as good as my little donkey, how embarrassing. And looking at the way she rolled around on the ground, she was quite cute. He could not bring himself to do it. So you came here this time to eat meat? Reynolds asked, and returned the hammerhead shark plushie that he had left in the church to her. Avina had already quieted down. She sat on the bench, curled up, and hugged her legs with her hands. When she saw Reynolds handing over the plushie, she quickly reached out and grabbed it, hugging it tightly in her arms. Rubbing against the soft fur of the plushie, she felt a little more at ease. Only then did she say softly, Can I have another taste? Just a small bite. I can exchange it with you." As she said that, she took out a crystal from her arms and handed it over with trembling hands. Reynolds took it and looked at it. He felt that it was quite beautiful, so he asked curiously, "What's the use of this?" "This is food. We dragons mainly eat this, but occasionally we will eat something else," Avina replied. Hearing that, Reynolds put the crystal into his mouth and tried to bite it. The ball did not move, and there was no taste at all. He could not help but cast a sympathetic and caring look at Avina. They could only eat this, and it was even worse than potatoes. It seemed that the life of the dragons was also very poor. Then, he said sympathetically, "All right, I'll let you have a few more bites," but the mixed meat was made by the old bishop. "He went to the market, so we have to wait for him to come back. Since you're already here, let me show you around the church." Avina was actually not very interested in this kind of small and narrow human building, but as a prisoner, she did not dare to resist. She could only pick up the hammerhead shark plushie and follow behind Reynolds. First was the statue of the goddess. "This is the great and kind Lady Mia," Reno introduced. Avina raised her head and looked at the blurry statue of the goddess. At first, she didn't feel anything, but after looking at it for a while, a strange feeling suddenly emerged in her heart. Perhaps it was due to the keen senses of the dragon race. She felt that the statue, which did not even have any facial features, was also looking at her. Moreover, it was the kind of gaze that directly examined her soul, as if he had seen through her entire body. Along with the gaze, she could even feel a faint pressure. Although it was as weak as a breeze, it made her feel a deep sense of reverence, making her involuntarily want to bow down in worship. Fortunately, this pressure was rather gentle and not that aggressive. It even made Avina feel a sense of familiarity. There was no doubt that the goddess Mia was a true god. But why would a true god look at the mortal realm? Didn't the elders in the clan say that they were not in the mood for leisure now? But more importantly, she was not so hostile to the dragon race. She was a kind and righteous god, but why would she teach such a cruel priest? Just as she was thinking about it, she heard a series of coughs. Reynolds stood beside the offering box, coughing non-stop as if he had suddenly fallen ill. Unfortunately, Avina did not understand his hint at all. Instead, she was secretly delighted. "Are you sick? This is what you get for bullying me." Reynolds saw that she did not say anything, but there was nothing he could do. He could not just say it out loud, could he? He could only complain in his heart, "Young dragons are so immature. I can't argue with a child." Then, he brought Avina to visit the confession room. "If you have any troubles, you can go in and talk to me." Avina looked at the shackles on the door and the bars on the iron window and shook her head. This was basically a cage, wasn't it? Then, Reynolds brought her around the garden and saw the little kitten running around the garden, and Amia squatting next to it, weaving grass. Avina could not help but widen her eyes slightly. What was going on? Why were these cats and donkeys so smart? Were they also protected by the goddess Mia? Was this goddess so kind that she would even protect small animals? Then, will they also protect our dragon race? Avina thought of this and suddenly a dangerous idea popped up in her mind. But she quickly realized it and shook her head, throwing this strange idea to the back of her mind. She almost thought that this was the future she was looking for, but the dragon race had never believed in any gods, they only believed in their ancestors. And the gods would not respond to their beliefs, they even maintained a considerable amount of hostility towards the dragon race. She vaguely heard the elders mention the reason, it seemed to be because of hypostasis or something. But she was not too sure about the details. Hypostasis was a very mysterious thing. She was only a 200-year-old young dragon, how could she know about it? When the two of them finished walking around the garden, the old bishop happened to come back, but he still could not see Avina's existence. He asked, "Are they still not here today?" Reynolds quickly reached out and poked Avina's soft cheeks and said, "Can't you think of a way to let the old bishop see you?" Avina did not avoid his poke and asked curiously, "He's a bishop and you're a priest." "He's a bishop, and you're a priest." According to human logic, He should be stronger than you, right? Why can you see me and he can't? You little female dragon, you're really stupid. The old bishop is old and his eyesight is not good. Do you still need to ask such a simple question? Reynolds answered confidently. Avina was speechless for a moment. She did not know how to refute, so she could only mumble something. Now, the old bishop could see her existence. He immediately showed a kind smile and said, "Ha. Good, 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 good. You're a cute little girl. Do you want to eat meat? Wait, Grandpa will make it for you." After that, he picked a few pieces of catmint from the garden and went to the kitchen. Avina suddenly felt a familiar sense of happiness, just like when she was doted on by the kind elders in the dragon race. If there's nothing else, I might as well stay here. Although this priest is dangerous, the bishop is a kind elder, he should stop and correct him, right? Then I'll have mixed meat to eat every day. As she thought about it, she almost drooled. Chapter 559. The old bishop placed the food on the table one by one. Then, he divided the goat's milk that the kitten had been drinking into a few small bowls and wrapped a small scarf around each of them. Finally, he brought out the delicious mixed meat that Avina had been waiting for. Avina was about to pounce on it, but Reynolds grabbed her twin ponytails. "Don't move," Reynolds said fiercely. Then, like the old bishop, he took out a handkerchief and pinned it to Avina's collar. Just like that, the old bishop and Reynolds sat at the table to eat. The kitten drank milk under the table, while Avina knelt at the side and ate the meat in big mouthfuls. In the end, Reynolds only had time to drink 2 mouthfuls of soup before the big bowl of mixed meat disappeared at the speed of light. It seemed that Avina did not leave anything for her brother and the elders of the clan. After she finished talking about the meat, she wiped her mouth with the handkerchief in front of her chest and looked at Reynolds and the old bishop eagerly, indicating that she was still not full. "She seems to be planning to stay here. But can we afford to feed her? I feel like she has a big appetite." Reynolds muttered softly. The old bishop replied, "It's fine. They don't really rely on this food to survive. They mainly rely on that crystal, the one I gave you before. Eating this meat is just for the taste." As expected, Avina pouted in disappointment when she saw that the old bishop didn't say anything. She unhappily took out a piece of crystal from her bosom and threw it into her mouth, chewing loudly before swallowing it in one gulp. Only then was she satisfied. She found a bench nearby, curled up, and lay down. Just like that, she began to sleep, not at all worried that the 2 humans would plot against her. Isn't this girl a little too nervous? Isn't she afraid of being cooked? Reynolds could not help but complain. He then looked at the pair of delicate, smooth white stockings on her legs. This is probably the dragon race, right? They have no natural enemies at all in the natural world. They don't have the vigilance to survive at all. That's why they are like this. The old bishop shook his head helplessly. "Can we use this girl to help preach?" Reynolds asked. "That's difficult." The old bishop shook his head. Although dragons look very majestic, they are not very popular creatures. Most people are still afraid of them. There are also many people like you who are very interested in her flesh and blood. Therefore, if outsiders were to find out that we have a dragon here, it would attract a lot of trouble. Furthermore, this kind of eye-catching matter is not in line with the teachings. Then why are we keeping her? Since he couldn't ride it, couldn't play with it, and couldn't kill it for meat, what was the point of raising it? "Smelting copper?" Reynolds asked grumpily. Although his current salary at the weapon shop was generous, a lot of it had to be spent on the daily expenses of the church. Every penny was hard to come by, so of course he couldn't waste it like this. The old bishop smiled and replied, "My plan is to let Avina and her brother return to their original forms, then fly away from the sinless city under everyone's watchful eyes. After flying far away, they will return to their human forms and secretly return. This way, at least everyone can peacefully celebrate the harvest festival and enjoy the festivities. As for the future, you can consider training her like how you train a kitten, or you can bring her into your sect. She can become a nun or something, so you'll have a helper in the future. The number of our believers has been increasing, and you're becoming more and more famous. You'll definitely be busy in the future, so we'll need another helper. As the old bishop spoke, he carefully glanced in the direction of the goddess statue, but he didn't notice anything strange, so he secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that the goddess didn't object to this arrangement. If the goddess objected, he would have noticed it, just like when he first adopted Reynolds. The original plan was to raise him into a normal priest, but the goddess objected to it. He didn't know what the goddess' intentions were, but believers couldn't fathom the will of God. After the meal, Reynolds wanted to poke Avina's face to wake her up to preach, but he suddenly had a guest. It was Sir Donald's butler. Master has taken on a strange business and needs some advice from you. I wonder if you have time? Reynolds nodded. Although I'm very busy every day, I'm duty-bound to help Sir Donald. He had a good impression of Sir Donald, and if it weren't for him, he would still be living in the old church on Old Oak Street, munching on potatoes, so he remembered this favor. Therefore, the two of them went to Sir Donald's jewelry shop, Starlight. Sir Donald was indeed a jewelry aristocratic family. His jewelry shop was located on the busiest commercial street in the Sinless City, Prosperity Avenue, and occupied a small 3-story building. The whole shop was decorated with gold and jade, and at first glance, one could tell that it was high-end and classy. When I'm rich, I'll buy a beautiful piece of jewelry here and sacrifice it to Lady Mia, Reynolds thought to himself. The butler took him straight to a reception room on the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered, he saw Sir Donald, who looked unhappy, and a sheriff with a frown on his face. When he saw Reynolds, the constable with a captain's epaulet finally showed a smile on his face and greeted him with more enthusiasm than Sir Donald. You must be Reverend Reynolds. It's great that you're willing to help. Reynolds looked at his unfamiliar face and asked doubtfully, What's the matter? May I know who you are? Oh, my name is Hank. I'm from the 3rd Department, which is to catch thieves. The constable briefly introduced himself and then explained the situation to Reynolds together with Sir Donald. It turned out that the shop was robbed, however, only a piece of crystal was lost, and the other valuable jewelry was safe and sound. The loss was not great. However, the crystal was different from the rest. It was very beautiful and crystal clear, and it was emitting a comfortable energy. A noble lady took a fancy to the crystal on the spot and wanted to make it into a pair of earrings. She offered a high price and even paid a deposit. However, the crystal was stolen that night. The crystal was sold to the shop by a merchant who set up a street stall. No one knew where he got it from, and the thief was nowhere to be found, so there was no way to find another piece. After all, this matter was related to the shop's reputation and reputation. Sir Donald had no choice but to ask the constable to help with the investigation. However, the thief was very cunning and cautious, and did not leave any clues or traces, leaving Captain Hank helpless. In desperation, he suddenly remembered that the beautiful First Lieutenant Undine of the 9th Department had a lover who was a reverend named Reynolds. He heard that this man was very good at investigation and had helped the 9th Department with many big cases. Thus, Reynolds was invited over. Chapter 560. After explaining the situation, Captain Hank was afraid that Reynolds would not give him face, so he flattered him again and again. Pastor Reynolds, you might not know this, but you're a famous person in our security team. Everyone knows about you. You're observant, have sharp intuition, and have an active mind. Those guys from Juku talk about you every day, not to mention Lieutenant Undine. Hehe, our family and Undine's family are also old friends. Our relationship is very good. She is also my niece. Previously, everyone was guessing who could conquer this flower of the security team. Now there is naturally no suspense. Compared with his flattery, Sir Donald was much simpler and more direct. Pastor Reynolds, this matter is related to the reputation of our shop. I hope you can help. I will thank you later. Reynolds nodded his head repeatedly and answered seriously, Yes. I understand. I will do my best for this matter. Then, the three of them went together to the underground warehouse where the crystal was stored, just next to the processing room. Like some unprocessed raw stones, they were naturally not as tightly guarded as the finished products. They were stored in the warehouse and not sent to the city's vault. This was also convenient for the craftsmen to work on it. Moreover, the public security in the Sinless City has always been very good. This prosperous avenue was even more so. There were sheriffs patrolling day and night, and Sir Donald also specially hired professional security personnel. In theory, it was safe enough. But the crystal was still missing. He didn't even know when it was gone. Reynolds first used the lie detection magic to interrogate the security guards on duty last night. In the end, he found that it was not a case of theft. They did not slack off last night and had been guarding their posts. Then he checked the scene again. He did not find any obvious traces visible to the naked eye. Even the safe where the crystal was placed was intact. The safe did not look ordinary. It was very sturdy, and there were many patterns engraved on the surface and inside. So, the thief should have used magic, right? Mags like to steal other people's things. Reynolds came to a preliminary conclusion. Although Captain Hank and Sir Donald on the side did not know why he was biased against mags, they still explained, this safe itself is a magical item. There are many protective measures on it, specifically to prevent magical theft. I spent a lot of money on it. Sir Donald introduced the origin of the safe, and then a pained expression appeared on his face. It seemed that the money spent was really a little too much. Captain Hank followed and said, that's right, that's right. This is a magic safe made by Master Venner himself. If someone uses magic to steal it, Master Venner will immediately discover it, and the Master is the most powerful and knowledgeable sorcerer in this city. It's impossible for anyone to steal the crystal from him. That's why this matter is so troublesome. But when Reynolds heard this, he actually revealed a happy expression and hurriedly said, I see. Then I know who the culprit is. There is only one truth. That when NA stole the crystal. Since when NA is so powerful, and this box was made by him, he must have a way to take the crystal away without anyone noticing, right? The captain and the knight couldn't help but stare blankly. At the same time, they revealed an embarrassed expression. After the air was quiet for a while, Captain Hank reluctantly explained, although logically speaking, Master when NA is indeed suspicious, he is a highly respected master and has an astonishing amount of wealth. Moreover, he is backed by the towering tree known as the School of Supplicants. Even the city lord is respectful to him. Even if such a big shot is really interested in the crystal, he wouldn't resort to such a despicable means like stealing, right? He has no motive at all. As he spoke, he cursed in his heart. Is this young priest really reliable? He even dares to suspect Master Venner. He doesn't look as brave as Juku and the others said at all. Could it be that Undine, that girl, forced herself to brag in order to flatter him? Sir Donald on the side also said, I also don't think this matter will have anything to do with Master Venner. He, his disciples, and his wives are regulars in the shop. We have always had a good relationship with him and get along well. Reynolds sighed helplessly when he heard what they said. Sigh, it's because of your inertia that he dares to be so bold. Actually, this matter is very simple. Can't we just go to his house and search it? Wouldn't the truth be out if we catch him with the stolen goods? The captain and the knight were speechless for a while. How would they dare to search the house of such a big shot? Even if there was clear evidence, they wouldn't dare, let alone it was just a groundless speculation. And when Reynolds saw their expressions, he knew that they didn't believe him at all. The wisdom of mortals, however, he had a second plan. He took out the crystal that Avenaro had given him and asked, What's the matter? The lost crystal, is it like this? Sir Donald couldn't help but widen his eyes. He took the crystal from Reynolds's hand and looked at it carefully, then said repeatedly, Yes, it's like this. The color, luster, transparency, and that comfortable feeling are almost the same. Except for the different shape and size, this one is bigger. Pastor Reynolds, can you give this crystal to me? Reynolds saw his anxious look, scratched his head, showed a distressed look, and said in a deep voice, Although you have asked, and I naturally agree, this crystal was given to me by a lovely believer. Sir Donald immediately used the simplest and most crude method of persuasion, 100 gold. This is not a matter of money. After all, it's a gift from someone, 150 gold. Don't be like this, I didn't mean that, 200. Since you are so sincere, then I can only reluctantly give it to you. Seeing Reynolds nod, Sir Donald breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately asked the butler on the side to bring a bulging bag of money, and handed it to Reynolds. As for the crystal, it was also hurriedly sent to the craftsmen and asked them to work overnight. Although the process was not the same, the problem could be solved with money, which was the best result. Anyway, he could sell it to the lady for 500 gold later, so he wouldn't lose anything. It seems that it was the right choice to ask you to come here today, Sir Donald said with satisfaction, and cleverly did not ask about the specific origin of the crystal. He only said that if there were more in the future, he hoped to sell it to him at the same price. Chapter 561. The matter was resolved in a special way. Both sides got what they wanted. Reynolds returned to Mia's church with the bulging money pouch in his hand. As soon as he entered, he saw Avinaro curled up and sleeping soundly on the bench. She didn't seem to be on guard at all. And the money pouch in his arms was showing a heavy weight. How about, Reynolds almost had evil thoughts. Fortunately, he still abided by the teachings of the church. He quickly shook his head and threw the evil thoughts to the back of his mind. He walked to Avina's side and poked her face, trying to wake her up. However, Avina was sleeping soundly and did not respond. Reynolds had no choice but to pull her blonde ponytails. It did not work. She's sleeping too soundly, isn't she? He's simply at the mercy of others, doing whatever he wants. Reynolds had no choice but to change his method. Avinaro, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly felt the world spinning. She quickly opened her eyes and found that her body was spinning rapidly in the air like a pendulum. Reynolds was holding her slim waist with both hands and swinging her petite body around like a stick. Woo! Help! Help! Avina quickly let out a pitiful whimper. Reynolds saw that she was awake and stopped as well. He placed her back on the bench and continued, "Don't worry. You're awake." Avina, Avinaro was dizzy and tried her best to resist. In order to not let Reynolds get close to her, she leaned back and instinctively raised her little foot in white stockings to kick Reynolds away. In the end, Reynolds grabbed her feet and stopped her meaningless resistance. He said sternly, "Don't worry. Stop fooling around. Be serious. I have something to discuss with you." "What? What do you want?" Avina asked timidly. She curled up in fear and hugged the hammerhead shark doll tightly. It seemed like she was afraid that Reynolds would suddenly go berserk and jump on her. "Do you still have the crystal you gave me before? I'll trade it with you," Reynolds said seriously. Although Avina was very stupid and weak, he could totally cheat and rob her and eat her up, but that was not in line with Reynolds's style. He would never do such evil deeds. Therefore, he decided to make a fair deal with Avinaro in private. It could be money, or teaching of divine arts, or services. As long as he could get the crystal from Avinaro and sell it to Sir Donald, it would not be a far-fetched fantasy to buy a prettier and grander church for the goddess. Unfortunately, Avina shook her head. "No, no more. We only need to eat one piece a month. We won't bring much with us. Every month, when we need to eat, the elders in the clan will send it over. Since it's rations, why make it so troublesome?" Reynolds asked in confusion. "The elders are afraid that I won't be able to control my mouth and eat too much in one go, turning into a fat dinosaur in the future," Avina said softly, a little embarrassed. Seeing that his source of income was cut off just like that, Reynolds was very reluctant. He thought of the stolen crystal again, so he talked about the strange case and asked in the end, "Do you have a way to get the crystal back?" Avina shook her head again. "It's just food for us. It's not something important, but, from what you described, it doesn't sound like it was stolen." Reynolds couldn't help but be stunned. If it wasn't stolen, could it have been eaten by the safe? There is indeed such a possibility. Previously, there was a bizarre theft in our clan. A cave full of crystals disappeared without a trace. At first, everyone thought that the crystals were eaten by someone secretly, but the elders studied them for a long time and found that although the crystals tasted good, they could easily resonate with magic and then evaporate into thin air. That time, It was because the cave of the crystal was very close to a magic node of the guardian barrier. When the barrier was activated, it caused the crystals to resonate and evaporate. Reynolds listened silently. Because he knew nothing about magic, he couldn't judge the truth of this matter. He just felt sorry for the dragons. That was a warehouse full of crystals. But then, it really wasn't that Master Venner who did it. TSK, what a pity. The old bishop was also attracted by the conversation between the two and interrupted. But according to what you said, at least the magic fluctuation of the guardian barrier can cause the crystals to resonate, right? Avinaro nodded and replied, yes. Yes, if it's just a slight magic fluctuation, it's fine. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to carry it around. The old bishop followed up. But Reynolds said that this crystal was just stored in a magic safe. No matter how carefully made the safe is, its fluctuation can't be compared to a guardian barrier, right? And in order not to affect daily use, these items have to be deliberately eliminated. Reynolds listened, thought for a moment, and asked in return. So, you mean that Sir Viscount's shop didn't choose a good location? It just happened to be near a magic node of the barrier? Hey, that's not right. Why don't I remember there being no guardian barrier in the city? Although there were many factions in the Sinless City, the religious forces were still the main force. So, something as important as the guardian barrier was naturally controlled by the three major churches. They had set up many divine barriers in the city, forming a large-scale defense system called the Wall of Sighs. Although it was not usually used, when a crisis came, its strength was enough to withstand the attacks of an angel. Its durability was also enough to last until reinforcements came, ensuring that the city would not be lost. So, even if there were no legendary powerhouses in the Sinless City, it was enough to rest easy. However, the cost of activating it once was not cheap, and it would definitely be a waste of money. If not, the mayor would have ordered the activation of the barrier to drag out Avina and Ince. In order not to interfere with the operation of the divine barrier, the guardian barrier was not allowed to be set up in the city. That was why Venner's Mage Tower was set up outside the city. But from what the old bishop said, there was actually someone secretly setting up a guardian barrier in the city. What was their motive? This kind of thing can be big or small. Although the Wall of Sighs has not been activated for more than a decade, no one knows when it will suddenly be used. It's a pity that you and I don't know magic, so we can't investigate, the old bishop said with a serious expression. I understand now. Someone is trying to cause trouble. Reynolds nodded his head vigorously. I'll write an anonymous letter and report it to the major churches. Reynolds immediately got a pen and paper and began to write an anonymous letter. Chapter 562. However, the old bishop thought for a while and turned to Avina and asked, You know magic, right? Can you help us investigate? Avinaro seized the opportunity and said proudly, That's right. We dragons are natural-born magicians. We are born with magical talent. No matter how hard you humans work, you can never reach our level. When Reynolds heard this, he asked from the side, So, you're very brave. Let's see if you can cast a spell. How about a Kaibaku Tensai? Avina was stunned. What is this? Is this a new magic invented by humans? It sounds very ferocious. You don't know? Then let's change it to a simpler one, an apologetic pyroblast. Reynolds continued. Avina was stunned. She knew about pyroblast, but what was pyroblast? A new type of pyroblast. But why was he apologetic? What kind of inexplicable magic did humans invent? You still don't know? How disappointing. Then I'll change it to a simpler one, an annihilation of thorns, heaven. This is a dragon's own ability. Avina was about to cry. She knew all the dragons in the world, but she had never heard of a dragon that knew this trick. And the name sounded very strange. Was there really such a dragon magic in the world? In the end, the old bishop could not stand it anymore. He snatched the pen and paper from Reynolds and said, Avina is still young, don't bully her. I'll write the anonymous letter. You and her go to Prosperity Avenue to have a look. With that said, He turned his head to reveal a benevolent smile at Avinaro and continued, "You're right. Be careful. I'll cook and wait for you to come back." Avina immediately recalled the delicious taste of mixed meat and nodded repeatedly. But why did he have to remind her to be careful? With this terrifying priest around, no one could threaten her, right? Renaud said and called Amia over. Together with Avina, they got on the donkey cart and rushed towards Prosperity Avenue. After the two of them left, the old bishop was not in a hurry to write a letter. Instead, he spread out his divination stance and tried to divine the mastermind behind all this. He directly started with Wen Na, who made the safe, to divine whether he was the one who made it. But before he could scatter the petals in his hand, his heart inexplicably throbbed, and he felt a strong sense of danger. He immediately froze, not daring to move. After a while, the palpitating feeling slowly disappeared. The old bishop hurriedly looked up at the statue of the goddess in the middle and softly muttered to himself, "You can't divine? Will it be very dangerous? But Venna isn't even a legend. He's just a master. It's impossible for the goddess to issue such a warning. Did Venna seek refuge with someone? Or, you don't want me to get involved in this matter?" Having said that, the elderly bishop did not dare to think any further. He hurriedly lowered his head and continued writing the anonymous letter. "This is as far as I can help you this time." On the other hand, Reynolds had already walked far away. He turned his head and looked at Avina, who was kneeling beside him, her small hands clinging to the railing with a curious look on her face. "Is it fun to ride a car?" Renaud asked. "This is the first time I've taken your vehicle. It's quite refreshing," Avina replied. "Actually, let me tell you something. Pulling a car is more fun. Do you want to try it?" Reynolds pointed at Amia in front of him and said. Avinalo looked down at her small arms and legs and said regretfully, "I'm sorry. But I can't pull it." TSK. She didn't fall for it, Reynolds cursed in his heart. The two of them soon arrived at Prosperity Avenue, but they did not go to Sir's jewelry store. Instead, they parked the car in a hidden alley. Reynolds had just come out of the store. It was not good to go back for this kind of thing, so he planned to go in quietly. So he said to Avina, "Don't you know how to make yourself physically invisible? Give me one too." However, Avinaro took advantage of the situation and raised her conditions. "Me? No way. Only if you promise not to bully me in the future." Reynolds did not reply. He narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a kind smile. He clenched his fists and cracked his knuckles. "Ooh. I'm sorry, I went too far." Avina was so scared that her twin ponytails almost stood up straight. She quickly cast an invisibility spell on Reynolds. However, the spell did not work. That's strange. Avinalo tilted her head and scratched her head. Then, she cast a spell similar to insight on herself, trying to see Reynolds' condition. She used dragon magic, which was not the same as human magic, so she could see different things. She did not see a shield or a castle. She only saw a towering mountain that seemed to go straight to the sky. She tried to look up, but she could not see the peak of the mountain. Even if she changed back to her original form, she was as small as a mosquito in front of the mountain. The biggest difference between a dragon's detection spell and a human's was that it could not directly see the other party's condition and energy fluctuation. However, it could vaguely see the other party's level. Avina suddenly felt a stinging pain in her eyes. She almost cried. She quickly looked away, not daring to look at Reynolds directly. At that moment, she suddenly understood why this guy could see her and her brother. The dragon's invisibility spell was useless in front of a higher level being, just like how Avina could not hide herself in front of the elders and the goddess Mia. But this priest in front of her, if he did not use any special means, he was just the most ordinary human. She could not sense the energy fluctuation on him at all. He did not have the aura of a powerful being at all. It should be the same reason why her magic was ineffective. What kind of monster is this? "Ooh. I beg you, please don't eat me." Avina was scared out of her wits. She even changed to using honorifics. "What's wrong with you?" Reynolds asked in confusion. He reached out and patted her head. "No. Nothing, I'm not good enough. My magic is ineffective. Avina replied incoherently. Reynolds did not understand what she was saying. Could it be that she had cast the spell wrongly and made herself dumber? He had no choice. Magic was unreliable. Reynolds could only wait in the alley and let Avina go to the shop to look for traces. Please don't worry, I will definitely do as you say. Avina answered obediently. Reynolds did not understand. How did this rebellious little female dragon become so obedient all of a sudden? I didn't do anything to increase their favorability or loyalty. Chapter 563. Could it be? She finally realized that he was a humble, cautious, low-key, reserved, and elegant person. She had been influenced by his charisma. Reynolds's imagination ran wild for a moment, but he did not think too much about it. He immediately asked Lilianlo to sneak into the shop to check it out. Not long after, Lilianlo returned and reported, "There is indeed a magic node there. There is indeed a magic node there. The crystal should have been affected by it and evaporated. I can still smell a trace of the crystal's scent. There is indeed magic power flowing in the surroundings, although these have been specially concealed, making it difficult for you humans to detect. It can't escape the sharp sense of smell of a dragon. Although I can't directly sense the complete magic network, I can still smell the flow of magic." She continued to explain the structure of a magic barrier to Reynolds. It was roughly like a map of a country. The nodes were the cities, and the network was the roads that connected them. When all these were put together, they formed a complete barrier. The barrier itself could also be seen as a large-scale magic circle, a ritual, or a spell. If the entire layout could be drawn, the specific effects of the barrier could be determined. Reynolds nodded at Lilianlo's hard work. He took out a small dried fish and fed it to Lilianlo. The dried fish was pickled by the old bishop. It was specially given to Reynolds to train the kittens to reward their excellent performance. Hence, Lilianlo was also rewarded. Lilianlo chewed subconsciously. Although it was not as delicious as mixed meat, the taste was not bad. She even wanted to eat another one. After that, Reynolds first went to the roadside kiosk to buy a map. He then took the donkey cart and let Lilianlo rely on her sense of smell to follow the direction of the flow of magic. He also outlined the flow of magic on the map. Surprisingly, the coverage of the barrier was surprisingly large. The two of them walked all the way from afternoon to night. They basically circled around Sinless City, but still could not see the whole picture. They could only sketch a rough outline on the map. But the two of them still made a major discovery. Every node that the two of them found was not the kind of formation that could be recognized at a glance. Instead, it was like the safe in the jewelry store. The formation that maintained the operation of the node was hidden in some ordinary formation, and it had been treated to be more secretive. Simply put, those magical items that were similar to jewelry store safes were very hidden magic node. Most of these hidden nodes were carved on chandeliers, sculptures, and other objects that were not easy to move, so their stability and integrity were guaranteed. At the same time, these magical items were not cheap. Most of them were stored in the homes of the rich so that they would not be tampered with and would not attract the attention and suspicion of outsiders. This could be said to be an extremely secretive and cunning method. If Lilian Lowe did not have the ability to enter and exit other mansions at will, she would not have discovered this hidden scheme at all. Can you see the effect of this barrier? Relying on the light from his eyes, Reynolds drew on the map while asking without lifting his head. But Lilianlo did not answer. "Hello. Where are you? Have you fallen asleep?" Turning his head, he saw that her big emerald eyes were drooping. She leaned lazily beside Reynolds and had entered a half-awake state. After all, it was already late at night. Reynolds could only poke Lilianlo. No. Don't ride me," Lilianlo said drowsily. "Then I'll ride your brother." Reynolds pretended to threaten her. When Lilianlo heard that her brother was about to be killed, she quickly woke up. She rubbed her eyes hard and tried to defend herself. No. I'm not asleep." Reynolds repeated his question again. "No. With our current progress, We can barely determine that this barrier has the function of shielding and concealing. Unless we draw a complete magic network, we won't be able to see anything, Lilianlo said helplessly. What if we directly destroy these nodes? Reynolds touched the sea urchin necklace on his body, looking eager to try. That won't do. This kind of large-scale barrier is very complicated and dangerous. If we act rashly, it's likely to cause a big explosion, Lilianlo hurriedly advised. She even used her small hands to hold his arm and looked at him anxiously, afraid that he would do something rash. Let's think of a way to draw a complete network as soon as possible. Although I'm very sleepy, if you feed me a small piece of dried fish, I'll still be able to perk up. Fortunately, Reynolds was not a brute. After feeding Lilianlo another piece of dried fish, he continued. Looks like there's only one way. I'll go and kill that Venner now. His tone was so casual that it took Lilianlo a moment to realize what he was talking about. She had seen Venner before and heard about him from passers-by. She still had some impression of him. She knew that this person was equivalent to a human elder, the kind that was highly respected and had decent strength. Then, this ordinary-looking priest in front of her decided to kill him? Reynolds noticed her puzzled expression and reluctantly explained, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. What's so hard to understand? As long as the culprit is gone, this barrier won't be a threat anymore, right? Unfortunately, Lilianlo still could not understand his train of thought. We can't be sure that it was Venner who set up this barrier. Those objects used to act as barriers might not have been made by him, right? It's also possible that he resold them or something. Even if it had something to do with him, this barrier might not have been set up for destruction, right? This person is considered a big shot in your human society. Why would he do such a thing? Reynolds sighed helplessly. He revealed a disappointed expression and asked in return, what's the matter? He asked, do you know the biggest difference between a smart person and a fool? Only fools are always looking for evidence and asking a lot of questions. A smart person will just go straight to the door. If they can't solve the problem, they'll get rid of the person who caused the problem. Reynolds rode the donkey cart back to the church. He had to first settle Lilianlo, who could not stand it anymore before it was convenient for him to act. By the time he arrived at the church, it was already early in the morning of the next day. Lillian was already lying on his lap, fast asleep. Reynolds carried her over his shoulder and carried her all the way back to the small building where they lived. He randomly found an empty room and threw her into it. He then went back to his room to change his clothes. Chapter 564. But the old bishop was still awake. Who are you going to kill this time? Oh no, who are you going to persuade? Reynolds explained what he and Lilianlo had discovered as he changed his clothes. He even handed over the map that outlined the general shape of the barrier. The old bishop looked at the map carefully, but he could not understand it at all. Out of habit, he assumed a divination posture and tried to divine the barrier. This time, he was not interrupted by the sense of danger from before. However, the final petal that confirmed the result shattered into thin strands in the air. The divination was severely disrupted and did not yield any results. But in fact, this phenomenon was also a result. It showed that the barrier was very dangerous and was the work of a high-level existence. He quickly got up and went back to his room to find a few old books and started reading. In the end, the page stopped at a complicated and gorgeous magic circle diagram. The complicated patterns made one's scalp tingle just by looking at them. Beside the diagram, there were lines of annotations written in the ancient common language. Reynolds did not understand the ancient common language at all. The old bishop had dabbled in it a little, but he was not proficient. He could only refer to the dictionary and barely translate part of the content. The name of this barrier is... this word no longer exists in the modern language, but its meaning is, the moment of reaping pain and despair. Just the name alone made Reynolds and the old bishop's expression become very serious. The old bishop continued to translate. This is not a simple barrier, but a ritual. A ritual to summon the mother of desire, Ace. The old bishop's face turned pale as he exclaimed. How is this possible? How can such a ritual be reproduced in this era? Since the end of the ancient divine war, which ended with the expulsion of the evil gods by the righteous gods, such a dangerous ritual, be it the relevant knowledge or the key materials needed, has all been strictly controlled. It should be impossible to set it up again. Reynolds was also shocked by the descent of the evil god and quickly said, "This Venner, he wants to summon the evil god. How can he be so evil? And I heard that he's as rich as a country and has many wives. Why would he do something like this to take revenge on society?" The old bishop shook his head. Venner is merely an archmagus. He might not know the meaning of this ritual. He is most likely just a pawn. Following the orders of some existence, he secretly set up this ritual that even he himself does not know the effects of. This also explains why he would do such a stupid thing when he's living such a comfortable life. He's probably just following the orders of the sect's leader, the demigod sorcerer, supplicant Karl. That's why my divinations kept failing. As for why a demigod would do such a thing, there are too many possibilities. His thoughts are hard to fathom, but what I don't understand is that this is the sinless city that is being watched by the gods. Setting up such a large-scale barrier is no small feat. It would take at least a few years or even more than a decade. How did Venner complete the setup under the eyes of the gods? At this point, the old bishop paused for a moment, and quickly turned his head to look out of the window. His gaze was incomparably deep. Through the window, he looked at the pitch-black night sky, as if he wanted to spy on those gods high above. At this moment, the old bishop seemed to understand why Goddess Mia had given him 2 divine artifacts in a row, and both of them were weapons. The goddess's previous warning was very likely aimed at this. He also seemed to understand why the dragons would send 2 dragon whelps over at this time. If not for Lilianlo's sharp senses, the sinless city might have welcomed a huge surprise. The old bishop retracted his gaze and looked at Renaud in front of him. Renaud was a little uncomfortable under the old bishop's gaze. Then if I go and kill Venner now, it should be fine, right? The old bishop smiled bitterly and shook his head. He's just the one who set up the barrier, not the one who controls it. Killing him is meaningless. Then what should we do? Wait for eras to descend and then kill him? Renaud asked again. The old bishop was a little confused by the question. After a while, he said seriously, Eras is an evil god. Euras is a true evil god. Even you can't face him directly. Renaud was a little discouraged. He looked down at his hands and said regretfully, "Sigh. Sigh. If only I were as powerful as senior brother. If senior martial brother is still alive, we can fight together." The old bishop was speechless. He could only change the topic. Let's think of a way to stop his descent. Let's finish reading this notebook first. There might be a solution in it. The annotations at the back first introduced the function of the ritual. This is the highest level of ritual. Once the setup is complete, Eras's power can descend through the ritual and use part of his authority. That's why it's so difficult to discover. Eras is the master of lies and can use his authority to make the ritual have the effect of deceiving and deceiving. Fortunately, the setup of this ritual is extremely complicated. It takes a long time and a lot of rare materials. If you pay a little attention, you'll notice it. It's almost impossible to complete the setup. When the old bishop read this, Renaud could not help but mutter, "But the barrier is already complete. I've made so many cultists repent." The old bishop could hear the self-blame in his voice and quickly comforted him. Everyone thinks that the Sinless City is an absolutely safe place because it's under the protection of the gods, and the cultists that you've dealt with are probably just trying to confuse and deceive the public. Renaud sighed and asked, "What's the matter? Does it say what to do when the barrier is complete?" The old bishop quickly translated the rest of the content. "But if you don't notice it in advance and allow the barrier to be completed, you can only pray to the righteous gods for divine punishment. But if you don't get an answer, then I suggest, kill yourself immediately. That way, you won't become a puppet of desire and lies, and degenerate into a terrifying monster." Renaud could not help but sigh at how things had deteriorated. The goddess teachings were right. Think about it, if everyone in the city could be humble and cautious, how could such a scale of ritual enchantment be formed? The days in the Sinless City were too peaceful. Actually, if you think about it carefully, This was already starting to happen when you dealt with the cultists and the archaeologist Sandro. Chapter 565. It's the other side's fault for dying too quickly. They didn't even alert me. The old bishop was taken aback for a moment. Perhaps it wasn't the tree of Moros or Cyrus, the abyssal demon king, who wanted to descend. It was all a pretense. From the beginning to the end, it was Ace who had personally appeared. He was the god of lies. Reynolds thought about it carefully and raised a question. Since this barrier has already taken shape and Ace can already descend, why hasn't he done so? Is there something in this city that he's afraid of? Or is he waiting for a better opportunity? Does he want to participate in the harvest festival? Whenever it was a matter of life and death, Reynolds's mind would always return to the state he was in when he was helping Undine with her case. So we still have some time, right? He asked again. The old bishop was stunned for a moment. He thought about it carefully and quickly said, "Indeed, there is still some chance. I'll go look for Bishop Yek and ask him to activate the Wall of Sighs immediately. At the same time, I'll send someone to capture Venna." Reno nodded and said, "That's right. Then I'll go and see if I can directly destroy the barrier. This sage's notebook doesn't say that the barrier can't be attacked, right?" The old bishop lowered his head and flipped through it again. Indeed, it didn't say anything about that, but the barrier has already taken shape. Ace can directly descend with his power. If you attack rashly, however, Reynolds was fearless. He held a small wooden hammer in his left hand and a meteor hammer in his right. How would you know if you don't try? Although I'm insignificant before an evil god, I still have the possibility of passion, courage, friendship, love, and hope, and the protection of the goddess. The old bishop was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to refute, and so, the two of them began their operation in the night. Reynolds first brought the old bishop to Bishop Yek's residence, which was not far from the Mithran residence. Then, he drove to a node marked on the map. After Reynolds and Amia left, the old bishop walked out of the hidden alley where he got off the car. He straightened his clothes and walked towards the two crusaders on night duty. The two crusaders immediately became alert and pointed their spears at the strange old man. The old archbishop simply smiled and cast a divine spell. He then said generously, "My lord, I'm here to visit Bishop Yek. I have something important to report." The two crusaders were slightly stunned, and their eyes were filled with confusion. They then made way, and even took the initiative to lead the old bishop to the door of Bishop Yek's bedroom. But before the old bishop could knock on the door, he heard a shout from inside. "Who is it?" Then, the door opened automatically. Bishop Yek, who was wearing pajamas and a long nightcap with a furball hanging from the tip of the cap, stood behind the door. In his hands were two balls of dancing holy flames. The old bishop sniffed the holy flame. "Not bad, just a little weaker than Renault's. It's an emergency. Please forgive me for my hasty visit," the old bishop said as he walked into the bedroom. When Bishop Yek saw his face clearly, he asked in a puzzled tone, "What do you think?" "Lord Yolo, is that you? Didn't you already?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he immediately shook his head and corrected himself. "No, that's not right. I got the wrong person. Are you the bishop of Mia's church?" As he spoke, Bishop Yek also relaxed. He dispersed the sacred flame in his hand and asked curiously, "What's the matter? What's so urgent that you're looking for me for? Did Reno find another woman outside?" "No, Reno is still sleeping at home. I'm looking for you because it's a matter of life and death for the entire sinless city." The old bishop did not beat around the bush and immediately told Bishop Yek about the impending descent of Ace. Bishop Yek's face turned pale when he heard the news. At the same time, Reno also rushed to the location marked on the map. It was a wealthy merchant's mansion, where several mana networks intersected. According to Lilianlo, this should be a key node. As for the object that acted as the node, according to Lilianlo, who snuck into the mansion, it was a sculpture of one of the wealthy merchant's ancestors. Because few people would do such a thing, it left a deep impression on her. "Wait for me here," Don't let anyone else come near. Reynolds gave Amia an order. Amia's dark red eyes lit up. She clenched her fists in front of her chest and rubbed her palms together. Only then did Renaud relax and sneak into the mansion. Since it was a mansion in the wealthy district of the city and the sinless city had always been a safe place, there were no guards here. Other than the owner of the mansion, a knight named Shandu, there were only a few servants. The mansion was huge and had many rooms. Renaud tried to look around and found that the owner of the mansion was probably a sculpture lover or a sculpture dealer. There were all kinds of sculptures everywhere in the mansion. Who knew which one was his ancestor? Renaud had no choice but to use divine insight to examine the mansion and the sculptures. Even divine insight could not find anything out of the ordinary. Did Eace use the power of lies to hide them? This evil god is too cunning. If he's an evil god, why does he still hide his head and show his tail? Renaud cursed in annoyance. However, the divine insight spell helped him find the bedroom of the owner of the mansion, so he broke in and woke up Sir Mondo, who was still sleeping soundly. Who are you? Sir Shandu turned pale with fright. He carefully looked at the appearance of the strange person in front of him and recognized that this was the frightening cranium crusher. Don't kill me. I've never done anything bad. At most, I've played with women. Please don't kill me. Sure, be quiet. I'm not here to kill you. Renaud said in a low voice. Then what do you want? Do you want money? I'll give. Knight Shandu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he heard Cranium Crusher continue. Take me to your ancestor. Knight Shandu's face, which had just calmed down, turned pale again. Didn't you say you won't kill me? Not long after, night began to fall. In the room, Reynolds felt that the mana in his body had fully recovered. He took down the laptop that had been resting on his lap, closed the game interface, and stretched his back. It's about time. Renaud muttered to himself. Every time his body was filled with magic power, it was the moment when Reynolds began to hone his magic skills. Even after what happened today, Renaud did not want to abandon this habit. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,